Hadouken! Hadouken! Hadouken!
Stop the cap.
Perfect.
Fast as fuck, boy. Still fast as fuck, boy.
Hadouken!
Oh, I love this song. 22 if you like this song. Hit that like button. Let's go.
Hadouken! Perfect. Perfect.
Stop the cap.
Hadouken!
Fast as fuck, boy.
Hadouken!
Still fast as fuck, boy. Do it, do it. Woo!
Good song.
Perfect. Perfect. Hadouken!
Let's go! You are now witnessing the world's greatest Friday night stream that you have ever witnessed. We're talking about the Ethereum merge 1 year later to the day. Get them 22s. Let's go.
Perfect.
Got a special guest. We got a special guest. Hold on. I love this song, but I'm really liking this song a little bit more. I think this is a little bit better of a hype song. Mind some tents coming on the stream, boys. But come on, we gotta hype it up. It's Friday night. Ethereum merge. Fuck Ethereum. We don't need you.
I'm gonna cock my nine.
Which is better, this one or the other song? I don't know, man. Or this one. Or this one.
I'm gonna cock my nine.
I don't know. They're both really good. It's hard. It's hard to pick. I don't know. They're both so good. They're so good. I like both of them. I don't know. Both are amazing, I think. Turn it back up? No. All right, let's see. Let's see. Before we get mine some 10 on. Before we get mine some 10 on, let's see what the price is. All right, let's see. Not much to talk about as far as price. Still consolidating. $26,649. All right. Let me... Give me a minute. Gotta set up my camera. All right, we're gonna get mine some 10 in here. I want to hear from all of you. Let me know. Mine some 10. You should be able to enter the chat with your picture. You should be able to, you know what I mean? It should just, it should be like, you know, it should offer you basically. Oh, that's not the right screen. Hold on. I think I did the wrong one. Hold on. StreamYard. That is not the right image. StreamYard. You beady-eyed snitch. What the hell? Okay, hold on. I'll figure this out. I haven't streamed in a while, all right? Don't you judge me. There we go. Now we're just waiting on mine some 10. When you get in here, just type to me in YouTube. I see it easier. That music, though, my man, Daniel Keller. If you get a chance, feel free to call in. We're just waiting on mine some 10. Boys and girls, let me know if the music's too loud. It's been exactly to the day 1 year since the Ethereum merge. I'm gonna do this so we can see mine some 10. There we go. All right, mine some 10. You should be able to change your image here if you want to show that. I don't think I can do that. Let me see how you would do that. Settings. Layout maybe? No, there's definitely a way. Yeah, right here. Virtual background, and then you just pick an image of your logo. 1 year exactly. It's crazy to think about, guys. I'd love to hear from all of you. Let's see. When was the Ethereum merge? Either good or bad. I don't care, chat. Look, September 15th, 2022. You've all made it. All right, we're gonna mine some 10, just figuring it out. So settings, virtual background, then down here at the bottom, you just like pick one of those images. Never owned any ETH. Really? You've never owned Ethereum, really? I owned 2.3 Ethereum that I found solo mining Ethereum, but, you know, the hackers, or fishers, I don't know what you want to call them, the scam I fell for. They stole it from me. And 0.7 Bitcoin. Feels bad. All right, let me pee, then I'm ready. Look at this camera. The chair looks amazing. Well, it's not really 4K. All right, let's see if mine some 10's ready. Oh, he got it. Yo.
What up?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Good, everybody.
Let's see. Can you guys hear mine some 10 all right? Oh, it's good to be on a stream with you, man. I've been trying to get you on a stream for a while.
It has taken too long, man. I'm glad to be here, though.
Heck yeah, dude. So, tell us, you know, in case somebody doesn't know who you are, what you do, when you started the channel, blah, blah, blah. Tell us about Mine Some 10. Or is it Mine Something?
Whichever, man. it doesn't really make any difference to me. I mean, it's kind of a play off of a gaming handle that I used to use, which was Some 10 Clever. And yeah, it just made sense. Mine Some 10.
I like it, man. Dude, I was watching, what did I watch from you recently? I'm trying to think. What's your most recent video? Let me see. I just was
Oh,
watching something from you today.
I did a live stream last weekend. That was probably the last thing I did.
Okay. Here, everybody check out his channel. Yeah, and I was just looking at your logo. I mean, I've seen it before, but I was like, man, that's such a good logo. So good.
Thanks, man.
I got rid of my logo because I'm just tired of my logo. You know, the reason I had my logo is because Pocket Change, I don't know if you know Pocket Change. That's Chump Change's wife. They wanted to make a t-shirt for Chump Change. And she's like, I want you on the shirt. You need a logo. And I was like, I don't really have any ideas. And she's like, just make one. So I just made one. It looked like dog crap, and I've kept it for like a year. Anyways, it's not why we're here. Ethereum merge, bro. You still mining? How are you feeling right now?
Oh yeah, man. I never stop. I probably would have stopped if I hadn't gone the solar route. But yeah, right before the merge, I just pulled the trigger. I was like, you know what? I know this is coming. I know things are going to get unprofitable at my current price per kilowatt hour. And I want to continue because, watching all of you guys, it's like the highest yield you're going to get is in the bear market, right? So you want to be able to continue while no one else can. And so I pulled the trigger, man. I did solar all by my lonesome.
And how has that been? Like, okay, what would you say the upfront cost is of solar for you?
Man, for those who are out there watching right now, I do have like 3 videos that cover this from start to end. And I am extremely thrifty. My wife can attest to this, but I spent $3,000 total.
What?
And yep.
That's it?
That's it.
Damn.
I got 7,500 watts worth of solar panels, a 6,000 watt grow watt inverter. It's grid tied. I'm pretty fortunate. I have a large shop at the back of my property and ton of space to put them up there. And I'm technically outside of the city limits, so I didn't have to pull any permits. Now, I did have to go through the inspection process with the electric provider, but it really wasn't a big deal. It was super daunting before I got started. I'm like, oh my God, what am I getting myself into? But after it was all said and done, man, it really was not that difficult at all.
So what was your kilowatts before, and what do you think it would be now that you're using solar? Like, I'm sorry, the kilowatt, like your price. Like where you're
I'm on a co-op, and they claim that they have never changed their rates in the past 10 years. So my residential electric rate is 9.6 cents, but they have something on there. You know how they are with fees. It's called PCRF, and it basically refers to what they're paying for the price of natural gas, because that's how they produce 95% of their electricity.
Oh, I see.
And that price fluctuates. Before the merge and before the whole Ukraine situation, it was a 1 cent per kilowatt hour credit.
Oh.
And then roughly June, July of last year, August of last year, whenever, we were in the throes of the Ukraine conflict, it went up to 4 cents per kilowatt hour. So an extra 5 cents basically per kilowatt hour. I was about 14 cents. But because I got solar, there's a specific rate for that, which is 8 cents per kilowatt hour. And the fees on the gas has gone down. So now it's back down to break even. So I'm at 8 cents per kilowatt hour. Depending on what I'm mining, I produce enough solar to offset half and sometimes more of what I'm using. So I'm at roughly 4 cents per kilowatt hour.
Dang, that's amazing. Now, let me ask you. So if you use, 20,000 watts, do you still get to enjoy like the 8 cent all in kind of thing, or?
So I'm using roughly about 90 kilowatt hours per day, per 24 hours. And with solar, sometimes it produces 30 kilowatt hours, sometimes it produces 50 kilowatts. So it just kind of depends on, how much the sun is out, for one. But essentially, let's say, for example, if I increase the size of my farm, or let's say, for instance, if I started hosting, for every piece of hardware that I add, that essentially means my price per kilowatt hour goes up on average.
Oh, goes up. Ooh. So it's beneficial for you to keep it lower.
Yeah, yes, or add more solar, right?
Ah, we like that idea, man. 3K, that's a good startup. So are you running off batteries?
No, and that's one of the
Cool.
reasons why it was so cheap. You go grid tie, you don't have to worry about batteries. There are some people that it makes a lot of sense to do batteries. So, for example, somebody who's got a variable rate, they got peak times and off peak, they can store that energy and then use it so they can mine during peak and not pay so much. But for me specifically, no, it didn't make any sense at all to do batteries. It just cost a lot extra and it's a lot more work to get it set up.
I like that, man. Dang, man. See, the thing is, I move so much. I move every couple of years, not by choice. It's my job. So, dang, man, it sucks. Okay. So, what are we mining? Mine some 10.
Man, that's at the moment I have probably about 50% of my farm on a lithium, mainly because I felt like I didn't accumulate enough lithium in the past. I was 100% Caspa when I could be. You know, as soon as Son of a Tech talked about it, probably early August of last year, I did the deep dive on it and just immediately jumped all in. I've forsaken all other coins. I saw the potential there, so I tried to focus a lot on that. But running the YouTube channel, you know, I pretty much have to cover every single coin. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's weird because when you're mining something and it shows 10 cents profitability and then something else shows 16 cents profitability, you get that itch, you know, like, oh man,
Yeah.
I could make a little bit more if I mine this. But I mine and hodl. I don't ever sell anything. I don't plan on selling anything until the end of the next bull run. So
Smart. When do you think that's going to be?
uh anywhere between the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2026. It's anybody's guess. You know what? Actually, let me caveat that by saying I think the cycles get stretched out a little bit further, you know, and there is a distinct possibility because of the macroeconomic situation that things could be suppressed for a considerable amount of time. You know, if the S&P 500 and the stock market just does kind of what a lot of macroeconomic people are saying, you know, we could have a very stretched out bull run. So it's really hard to say, man. It's anybody's guess, I suppose.
I would love a stretched out bull run, man. That'd be great. The longer, the better.
I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. I mean, I have a plan. I told my wife we're going to be financially independent um, by a certain age. Maybe I shouldn't say my age, but
Give me a year that you think you'll be then.
so 3 years from right now,
3 years
I
from
want to
right
be
now.
financially independent, and I'd like to use all of my gains from crypto to start investing in other assets. Specifically, I was looking at doing real estate, but you know, there's a lot of things that'll have to change before that. But you know, typically, whenever the real estate market does really, really badly, let's say, for instance, after 2008, the
Yeah.
government starts incentivizing people to buy houses again. So remember, we had like the first time homeowners credit. They'd give you like an $8,000 tax credit. I'm hoping that we get some incentives like that, and it makes a lot of sense to do it then.
Ooh, you know, that's an interesting one, man. Not many people say that. I like the way you think. So take some of the funds, the money you get from crypto, and put it into something a little safer, like real estate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hear many people talk about that, man. Let me see what Fluxatron. What if the bull run doesn't happen in 2025, but instead in 2029 only? Are you guys prepared for that? This guy's always trolling on Twitter, man. I don't know. What would you say to that? Find something.
I I'm prepared for it. I won't be thrilled with it. You know, I'd like it, as far as the cycle stretching out, it'd be nicer if it comes like it traditionally would, so that I can take some profits then and kind of stick to the plan and then hold back some of those profits and then reinvest them into hardware and equipment and all that stuff. Um, you know, towards the end of the bear cycle there, and then I'm set up for the next bull run, right? And I definitely don't plan on selling all of my equipment. You know, I think I want to keep going. In fact, you know, when I talk about investing in other assets, real estate would be one of them. But hardware is one as well. You know, you talk a lot about AI and stuff, and I feel pretty strongly that that's the way of the future. And I
Absolutely.
would like to, you know, considering my circumstances, I think it would be beneficial for me to start converting my shop into somewhere where I can host and also run my own data center.
I think hosting's so smart, man, because at that point you're selling the picks and shovels, you know? And so it's like if you got people on a contract, even in the bear run, you're still getting your money regardless. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Bull run or bear run. So I don't know. I think it's always a pretty good idea. I mean, I think Terra Hosting is a great example of even at really high electric rates, not anymore, but like they started off extremely high, like 15 cents, right? You can still be a profitable business. And especially with the power of the internet, it's so impressive, man. And I think hosting could be a really good thing.
I'm really curious how much work there is on the back end there, because, you know, let's say for instance, somebody ships you their equipment, you plug it in, you've got internet, you've got power, and then, you know, is it up to them? You know, you've got remote access, you do whatever you want to do with it, but do a lot of people rely on them to set up flight sheets or troubleshoot? Do they dust the rigs off once every 3 weeks or something? You know, how much time are you physically spending doing work for them?
Yeah, I think GPUs would be rough, man. My hat's off to them because I mean, I'm never going to have a hosting facility, but if I did, it'd have to be ASICs, man. I can't imagine repadding and, like you said, cleaning and, oh, God, that's too much for me, man. That's too much work. It'd have to be ASICs. Plug it in, and that's it. And also, I think it's more beneficial for the person hosting, right? Because if you think about like I don't know, like an Octominer, maybe that's using like 1,200 watts, maybe on some 3080s or something closer to 2,000, but a little baby machine that's like this small is using 3,000 watts. There's just so much more money in it, you know, selling that.
A lot more infrastructure though, as far as your power delivery though. You're talking about some major investment into infrastructure there to support ASICs. You can get away with supporting GPUs on a pretty small scale, but once you start getting into ASICs, man, whew, that's some power.
That's true. So I don't know if you've disclosed this. You don't have to if you don't want to. What state do you live in?
I'm in Texas.
You're in Texas. Oh, I've heard nothing but good things about Texas as far as mining. What is your experience about that?
You know, I seem to be on an island in my own little town here. There aren't a lot of people that are even aware of what we're doing. You know, a lot of people that I talk to, as soon as they start hearing that, you know, I'm making money and I'm excited about it, then they want to know about it. But I will say there is some stuff around me. So, for example, in Dimmitt, Texas, which is probably a couple of hours away from me, they have just built a new facility. I think Riot is part of that. And they're tied in basically to the wind farms that kind of are around Sweetwater. So they're right in the middle of the transmission lines. They can tie in, they can help support the grid, and they also do hosting there as well. So it's all around me. You know, it's funny. I'd say probably close to 10 years ago, I was driving from where I'm at to Midland, and there's a lot of flare. They're flaring off natural gas. And as I pass by these things every day, I thought to myself, like, why do they do that? And I finally talked to somebody that worked in the oil field, and they're like, yeah, they burn it off because it's too dangerous and too expensive to transport it. And they can't just blow it off into the ozone layer and, you know, global warming and all that stuff. So the best solution is to burn it. And I'm like, well, geez, that produces a lot of heat, and you can create a lot of electricity with a lot of heat. And in that moment, I was like, I could power a Bitcoin mining operation with that. And that was way before anybody was talking about this stuff. I just didn't have the capital to pursue it.
Yeah, man. Hey, what's up, your friend Andy? Do you know your friend Andy?
Yeah. How's it going, Andy?
Awesome guy, man. Dude. You know, I heard that Riot is paying like 2 cents per kilowatt. I want to say there was evidence too, like, and not, I don't know if this is their annual report, quarterly report or something, but they're paying like 2 cents. It's crazy.
They may not be paying anything for it at all, actually. If you do the math, I don't know how much they spend on electricity, but I know they only shut off a few times within the last month to support the grid. And I do know the figure of how much money they made to shut off, which was like $3.7 million to turn off the rigs.
Could you imagine getting paid more money to not do anything? Like, you guys are all off today, paid vacation. I'm going to give you a little bonus.
I imagine it all the time.
What are we doing about it, Mindsum 10? How are we going to get that big?
Well, it starts by paying attention. And that's, the majority of the people that are in the audience right now, that's what they're doing. They're paying attention.
Yeah.
And you got to pay attention. You got to study. You got to stay on top of things because things change pretty quickly. And you can't over leverage yourself. I see a lot of YouTubers, you want that to be able to share with the audience great content, and you want to be able to cover all of these different pieces of hardware that come out. But sometimes I worry that the audience watches this and they're like, oh, I got to get this. I got to get this. I got to get this. And it just,
yeah, probably.
You can go broke doing that. And you certainly don't want to over leverage yourself. So I would just say be smart about those investments. You know what I mean? Like you do side hustles to pay for this stuff. There's probably a lot of people out there that they'll spend the last dollar in their bank account to get something and then hope that it's going to repay itself over the next 600 days. And that's pretty risky. You gotta be careful with that stuff.
That's a valid point, man. Like you mentioned. So what I do, dude, I hate spending money unless it makes me money. It's not because I'm poor. It bothers me so much, man. Because I don't know how my mind works. It's like this. Does this make me money? If the answer is no, it's unbelievably hard to justify that purchase. Besides like food and water and stuff. So like when I take my family out, I'll take them out. We'll go on a dinner and then I'll drop them off and I'll be like, all right, I got to go DoorDash. And I'll make sure to make all the money I spent at dinner back. And then I can sleep well at night. I hate it, bro. Not the family thing, but it just bothers me spending money on things I don't need. Besides vape, this is my vice. This is definitely this is something I need to work on for sure. But besides vape, man, I can't stand it because I just thinking, and let me know if you think like this at all. I just keep thinking, man, we're so deep in the bear market and it's not going to last much longer. Like even if it's a year or a year and a half, whatever it is, I don't care what it is. I know that's going to go by so quick. And I just feel like it's grind mode right now. You know what I mean? I just want to invest as much as I can and buy either altcoins or stocks, whatever it is. That's how my mind works because I think we're running out of time. Do you ever feel like we're running out of time?
I do. I also worry, me and you are both in social media constantly, right?
Yeah.
And I'm constantly bombarded by all the negativity in the macroeconomic situation. So, as far as feeling like I'm running out of time, I think it may stretch out further than most people expect. It kind of seems like every prediction typically comes true. It's just how long it takes to get there. Nobody gets the time frame right. And a lot of people, take, for example, Michael Burry. If he makes 100 predictions, two of them might be right, and he's going to be remembered for the ones that he was right on. Nobody's going to remember the ones he was wrong on, right?
Of course.
But what I've found is there's a lot of people that are accurate with their predictions, but their time frames are usually pushed out much, much further.
Yeah. Stocks and crypto, whatever you want to say, only go up or down. That's it. So everybody's right eventually. Mm-hmm. Eventually, right? Everybody's going to feel like a genius. I don't know. Here's the thing. I looked at the S&P over the last 100 years. It's on Google. I think it's easier to find the last 90 years, but whatever. I looked at every single bull run and researched all of them. I did this at work one day when it was slow, and I mapped out every single bear market in not existence. The last 100 years. We're talking Great Depression. We're talking about changing from the gold standard. We're talking about World War I, World War II, Vietnam, everything, man. The dot-com bubble. And the crazy thing that I noticed is all of them recover every single time, and it only lasts a few years at a time, historically over the last 100 years. And I think to myself, is COVID that bad? I mean, it wasn't good. I'm not saying it was good, but was it World War II level? Was it World War I level? Was it the Great Depression level? My answer is no, personally. So I just can't imagine this being the end of the world. All of a sudden, this bear market's going to go on for 10 years, 7 years. No way. I could be wrong, but I just can't imagine this being the one that ends everything.
I feel like the elite, the ones that are the puppeteers in this situation, right? I think they have been very well aware that there is a change coming to the financial situation. And, it's funny, like, part of me is like, they can't even run the post office and make a profit. How do I think that, that they're able to pull all of these strings? But the other part of me is like, as loud as we are about this and as much change as people want, I feel like they're aware that a change is coming. And there's a good chance that we are watching the intentional demolition of our current monetary system. There's also a chance that it's unintentional and we're finally starting to take back the power. Maybe this is a revolution of sorts. But I do feel pretty strongly that it's going to be a fight the whole way. I'm trying to prepare myself. And in one way, I feel like, like I said, like this could get stretched out for a long time. Maybe the financial situation is going to get worse across the world and we've got a lot of pain to experience. But that might be more traditional finance stuff as far as like stock market and real estate. Crypto is kind of on the forefront, just like AI, right? So there is a good chance that even though all other markets go to new lows that we haven't seen in decades, that crypto maintains its sideways and perhaps a little uptrend, even while everything else is doing very, very poorly.
Valid concern. And something we didn't even talk about is the ETFs, man. How do you think that will change crypto?
One thing that I don't hear anybody talk about is the fact that there are ETFs already, just not in the United States. And a lot of these, companies that we're excited about getting into it, they have the opportunity in other countries to do so. That doesn't have to be the United States. I mean, if there were sovereign wealth funds that wanted to invest in ETFs, they could be doing that already. So it's kind of like a 50-50 for me. I do feel that they know it will be a catalyst to spark the next blow off top. So I do think that it is going to do really, really good things. I do have some concerns about, some of the verbiage that BlackRock has put in their filing. I don't know if you're aware of this.
No,
but they
tell
do
me.
Mention,
I'd love to hear it.
They mention hard fork and how they have the option of choosing which fork, or if they want to stay with the original with all of those customer funds that are in the ETF. And if they're majority shareholders in the top 5 or 10 publicly traded mining companies across the world, then that's kind of scary to me. I really don't want to see them have the majority of shares in those companies, and that's a bit concerning to me. But they're a lot smarter than us, man. They've got the resources to pay to do all the research, and they know where everything's going. They're not dumb.
That's a valid point, man. Most people aren't given BlackRock and what's the other? There's like 3 massive ones. BlackRock. I can't think of the other 2. Whatever. The major concerned. I worked all day. Do you know the other 2? I'm trying to think. It's actually bothering me. Is it Fidelity? Is it BlackRock, Fidelity, and
Vanguard?
Vanguard. Yes, Vanguard.
Oh, what is Kathy Woods'
ARK Invest?
ARK Investment.
That's ARK Invest. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I think you brought up some great concerns. Like on one hand, I'm happy because I'm like, oh man, I can't wait for them to pump my bag, right? But you got to be in before they do that. The other hand, I'm kind of sad because I'm like, dang, they're going to take over crypto. I hope not, or at least Bitcoin, and have like this major influence on it. And that's just going to be like a normal thing, right? Like that part's kind of sad.
I heard a really funny perspective where somebody was referring to Gary Gensler as the hero in this situation because he's allowing retail to front run institutions. by not allowing the ETF, which is kind of funny.
That's kind of funny. What would you say besides Bitcoin? Oh, actually, I know what to ask you. Dynex, man. How you feeling about Dynex, candidly, these days?
You know, obviously, I think everybody's aware that I have my bias. There were some things in the beginning that really kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. I'm suspicious, but I'm suspicious of everything. I feel like if you dive deep enough into any project, you're going to find skeletons in those closets, right?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of smarter people than me that are saying really, really good things about it. And I trust a lot of their judgment. I'm trying my best not to reserve judgment for things that I cannot prove, right? And, full disclosure, I mined a little bit of Dynex starting probably in December, and then off and on this whole entire time. I've only sold a little bit of Dynex, so I've still got the majority of my holdings. And it would be weird for me to sit here and say anything terrible about it because I'm just fudding my own bags. But the truth is, I would like to see a lot more transparency in everything that's going on. So them controlling which pools can start, and basically they've got a little block, a section in that code that they don't give the pool operators. Okay.
Yeah.
So the pool operators have to have an extreme amount of trust. And if you look at some of the minor devs that have not jumped on board, there's things that really bother me about it, but there's not much that I can do about it, and just hope for everybody's sake that they're not a malicious actor. And in all honesty,
yeah,
even if they were malicious, it's in their best interest to continue to do things because it's a cash cow for them, right? So all of these other projects that have turned out to be rug pulls, it's like they had something in mind. But in my opinion, it's like stepping over dollars to pick up pennies. If you can keep the gravy train rolling, why shut it down?
Oh, my man, I like hearing that. Yeah, honestly, dude, if it's an altcoin, I just assume it's a scam, and I just try to make money off it. If I can, I'll sell. If I really don't believe in it that much, I'll just sell it along the way. And I'm never surprised, like, oh my God, that one was a scam, because I'm already thinking this is a scam coming into it, right? Anytime I see any of these new coins pop up, I'm like, scam. Can we make some money off it? Okay, cool. No, I'm not trying to scam people. You get what I'm saying, right? Like when you see mine and pull stats and there's 10 new coins, I'm like, okay, these are all the scam coins this week. Which one are we going to mine? Maybe it'll 10x. I don't know. They're just not ever sad. Flux. What do you think about Flux?
So, I didn't really get to mine a lot of Flux before the merge,
Really?
which makes me sad, man. I was focused on profits, and I was mostly mining Ethereum. There were times that I'd switch over to Flux. But, as far as power consumption and stuff like that, it's a little bit more than the power consumption that was on ETH at the time. And then we had the halving. So I haven't really mined it after the halving either. But I'll say this. A lot of crypto projects will really rush things, right? And they do that because the community's constantly pressuring them to do that. And they've maintained their composure throughout this process. And I feel like they're establishing relationships with people that are potentially going to utilize this service for proof of useful work. I really think it's going to come down to marketing and the alliances that they've made. And I really do wish the best. I see a lot of people getting into that game. You look at Clores already has a functioning GPU marketplace.
Yes. Go Clore.
They're implementing, I think, rewards for participating in the proof of useful work as well.
Wait, they're doing proof of useful work?
Yeah, so they have a GPU and CPU marketplace where people can go and rent hardware. You can put your hardware on there. You can get paid in Bitcoin. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe the audience can leave this in chat, but I think you are getting rewarded in Clore for putting your hardware on the marketplace.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% certain about that. I'm still trying to figure out all of Vast AI stuff, and then I'll move into Clore when I get that all done.
I have tried to get an interview with Clore for like 6 months now. And
really?
When like nobody was talking about it. Actually, Max Voltage mentioned Clore AI, and I heard AI, and I was like, oh, AI? So I started mining it, made a video or two. Nobody was talking about it. And I was like, yo, I want to do an interview with you guys. Tell us about your project. Still to this day, they're not doing interviews, not doing anything. I'm like, come on, why? Tell us about your project. And they're like, no, we don't want to dox ourselves, and we're just going to let it naturally go. And I was like, oh, come on. I want to ask you guys questions. Because their roadmap, unless they changed it recently, which I haven't looked at, it was dog shit. It was like planted trees and then stand by for future plans. I was like, oh, this is terrible.
So think about the contrast there between the willingness of Flux to come out and answer questions, even when they're really, really hard questions, and coming from people that have been extremely biased or forceful or negative about Flux, and they still get out there and they answer questions. Yeah. And then you can't even get somebody like Florida projects that I've reached out to also. Like I'm waiting on Ethereum to answer community questions. They don't even necessarily have to do an interview, but I think they're working on answering questions that the community has. I'd love to see that done. I think they've got other irons in the fire right now that they're focused on. Same thing with Nexa. I would love to have someone from the Nexa team on my channel. I've seen that they do AMAs on their own channel. Yep. But I've reached out to him a couple of times and I mean, like nobody even responded for like 48 hours. I'm like, well, okay, I guess I'll move on. But it's sad because they want the awareness, but they got to participate too, right?
Yeah, that's a good point that you mentioned with Flux. Like whether you like Flux or not, people need to give them credit because they come in everybody's live streams. They'll say hi, like I've had them call into my show. I've seen them go into people's show that had 400 subscribers that call in and just talk about what they've got going on. And they're part of the community. They're interested in being a part of a community. And I think that's really cool, man. I respect that a lot. Ergo's done that. I've seen Nyaxa call in to people. Like, I think that's really interesting, and it definitely builds that trust between, the people and just show you're legitimate. I think it's pretty cool.
If you had not free power, but cheap power, you could turn all of your rigs on right now. What would you be mining?
Dynex, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Because like and I could be completely wrong with my thinking. I'm always thinking about like, what is the next evolution? And I ask myself, I mean, obviously Bitcoin's king. There's no changing that, blah, blah, blah. But like, what is the next bull run going to have? In 2017, Bitcoin was huge. I remember I didn't mine back then, but I was like trading crypto back then. And Bitcoin, just the name of decentralized and this new currency thing, it was new to a lot of people in 2017. That was a selling point. 2021, crypto was huge again. And now it's really become artificial intelligence. It's slowing down a little bit, but I think artificial intelligence as a headline is going to sell really well. So yeah, I like that Dynex is claiming, maybe it is, maybe it's not, this neuromorphic marketplace, or maybe not marketplace, neuromorphic supercomputer, artificial intelligence thing. I think it's a great selling point. Also super low on the watts. Also not necessarily ASIC resistant, but ASICs don't perform well on their algorithm, which is a huge plus, right? Because Kapow, they always say ASIC resistant, but this is way better because now it's low wattage, plus the ASICs don't perform well on it. So I think longevity's there, assuming it's all legit. I really like the potential of Dynex.
I definitely see a lot of price appreciation potential there. And that's one of the reasons I'm going to hang on to my bag as well. But if you notice, like, let's say, for instance, when Caspa started moving at the end of March, beginning of April, all the proof of work coins pumped at that time. Yep. But it's like for every 10% that Caspa would go up, Dynex would go up 25, 30%. And everything's pulled back now. Caspa's doing really well, and Dynex hasn't continued to move. But there for a while, they were pretty much trading in parallel. But the gains that you were getting out of Dynex was considerably more. But the emission schedule on both of them is very, very similar. It's interesting that I think Caspa was around for maybe about 8 months before Dynex launched. But they're both at like 70% through emissions already at this point.
Dang. That's crazy to think about, man. That's crazy to think about. One thing I really like about Caspa, I've been asked, like, why do you like Caspa? Because I do like Caspa. I like that in our lifetime, we're going to see the end of Caspa mining. I think that's really interesting because like Bitcoin has that story of, the halving schedule, but it's going to be what, another 100 years or so, 110. I don't know what it is. It's some crazy number. We'll never see the end of Bitcoin unless you're born in the future, right? So that's unfortunate about Caspa. But I'm sorry about Bitcoin, but Caspa, we're going to know soon. We're going to see it where the block reward's like nothing. And hopefully the demand that pushes it up. And I'm really excited to see what the end game of Caspa is. It's really fun. Like an accelerated Bitcoin.
I have really, really high hopes for Caspa. I think a lot of people do. I think there's a huge community behind it. And a lot of other YouTubers have really jumped on the bandwagon, not specifically miners, but just traders. And man, they were going crazy with it.
Yep.
But, I just want to remind everybody, number one, don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? Diversify a little bit. There are some that would say diversification just means somebody doesn't know what they're doing. And if they did, they would put it all in one basket. But at the same time, if you were a Kadena miner and you put all of your eggs in that basket, that hasn't worked out really well for you in this bear market. And there's always a bigger, better deal coming, right? Caspa's pushing the envelope, but there could be things that come out in the future that push the envelope even further. Now, I'm not saying that I'm selling my Caspa. I'm definitely holding for the next year, 2 years, maybe even 3. But, just be aware, especially, those out there that are looking at buying ASICs and they're just going ham on that stuff, man. Like, everybody had FOMO for the KSO. And I looked at it and I was like, look, this is half the efficiency as the other ones. Sure, it only uses 65 watts, but I could spend, when it first came out, it was like $1,600 or something like that. Ooh. Now I do kick myself for not being the very first person to order one whenever Red Panda was like, hey man, this thing's real, bro. Like, I just received it.
I remember that day. I was outdoor dashing watching that. Yeah. It was awesome, man. It was so good.
But yeah, I like finding projects when they're young and they're still mineable with a CPU or a GPU, because I'm going to accumulate way more than that. But again, you got to pay attention. If you're not in the know, you won't hit it before it's too late.
Absolutely, man. I don't know if your friend Andy is still here. He mentions that a lot. I'm in his Discord, awesome Discord. But he always will say, because he's a millionaire, right? He's done it. This guy didn't make all his money off YouTube. Not saying that he doesn't make money off YouTube, but he's become a millionaire from different investments. So he's lived that life, and his way was he diversified in a lot of things that had, they were high risk. A lot of that was crypto as well. Like, he was in on Flux super early, in on Caspa super early. And yeah, that's a really good point, man. Diversifying, and you just don't know which one's going to take off. And Mark Cuban always says, I don't know if you're a fan of Mark Cuban, you don't need all of them to do well in your portfolio. You just need that one or two to take off, and that's really all it takes, Just need one or two.
Well, I've got 10 or 12, so hopefully one hits.
You got 10 or 12 hitting?
Everything that I have has done considerably well.
Great.
Maybe it was the amount of research that I did. Maybe it was complete luck, but I've managed to focus most of my hardware on the things that have done well.
Good, man. Heck yeah. I used to watch Panda's video for the last bear run. This was fairly recently. And man, they were yielding so much more coin on some of those coins than I'm yielding on a lot of coins in this bear run. I think there's definitely more miners in this bear run. It's got to be. What do you think on that, man?
Not only is there more miners, but advancements in hardware have increased hash rate tremendously. This round of Nvidia cards has been a considerable disappointment. That's something that I wanted to talk to you about, was actually how we are competing against Nvidia when it comes to AI and potentially with crypto. I don't think that they intentionally nerfed these cards for mining per se. I think it was just happenstance from them trying to make sure that hobbyists weren't competing with the data centers of the world and buying their H100s and stuff like that for thousands of dollars. I mean, if you look at the 4060 Ti, with 8 physical PCIe lanes. That's a joke. I mean, it's pretty obvious they knew exactly what they were doing whenever they came out with this series by pushing the core up really high to full gamers into thinking that they were getting a better card than they have previously, which, you know, obviously frame rates and stuff like that are better. But when it comes to the amount of money that they spent making on the cards and the hardware that they were putting on there, like the memory bus and the bandwidth and all that, we're just getting the shaft, man.
Dude, that's such a cool conspiracy theorist thing. Like, that actually sounds totally legit. That's cool to think about, man. Like, what if they intentionally nerf these cards, like you said, so they're not competing? Because they obviously know that they were going to launch all their AI and have upgrades for that. I've also noticed, generally, at least from what I can remember being a kid, every other generation kind of sucks. I don't know if you've ever felt that. So, like, the 10 series was really good. The 20 series was terrible. The 30 series was amazing. The 40 series was pretty dog shit. I'm guessing the 5000 series is going to be pretty good.
We hope, right? You know, I see a lot of people that are already singing at high praises, but, you know, I kind of see this over and over again where we had these leakers that released best case scenario type numbers. And then when the cards release, it gets dialed back a bit. So I don't know. I think that Nvidia is going to do what is in their best interest. If you look at the amount of money that's coming in, you got $10 billion in profits coming in from AI and data centers versus $2 billion from gamers. So I think the gamer focus is really going to start relinquish even more as time goes by.
That's a valid point, man, because the AI thing wasn't really, not because, I mean, AI is not new, but it wasn't really a headline a couple years ago for Nvidia. And I've looked at their quarterly earnings, not this quarter, but the quarter before. They grew 60% as a company from their artificial intelligence. And I looked at how much money they made from the graphics cards. It was almost nothing. I think they made like maybe 5 or 10%. So it just, yeah, like, what is the incentive for them to make all these GPUs for people when every company under the sun is lining up to get their chips now? Apple, I believe Google, like, we're talking the big dogs, man. They're paying top dollar for these chips when the gamers are crying every time you release something. Oh, the 4060, it costs $400. I don't know how much it costs. They're crying. You know, they could deal with the big dogs that don't cry about anything.
You know what I'd really like to see is Intel start to support this industry that we're in, because, you know, there was some talk a while back about them making specific chips for ASICs, and they were supposed to be, you know, twice as efficient as everything that was currently on the market. And that didn't come to fruition. They pretty much abandoned that. They did come out with GPUs, which was pretty cool, but we're not seeing a lot of support from developers on that end.
True.
And I don't know if it's something specific with Intel or if it's just something that the developers aren't diving deep enough into. But I'm hoping that the Battle Mage stuff that comes out maybe towards the end of the year, maybe later, but, you know, maybe we can get some more decent GPUs from mining there.
Yeah, I feel like their GPUs are decent for sure, but yeah, like you said, I don't see a lot of support for them. Like, when a new coin comes out, Intel, you never hear anything about the Intel support. I wonder why that is. Maybe the demand's not there. What do you think?
Honestly, I don't know. I really don't. I think they're probably focused on the big customers. Maybe they just don't have enough bean counters showing them, you know, the future where things could go. It's tough to say.
Let me grab my Intel. Entertain the people.
Okay. I think I saw somebody in here mention something about gaming tokens. So Fluxtron, you know, Neoxa obviously is the first thing that comes to mind. It's weird to see all of these like proof of stake coins that are trying to do something about gaming, and there's not a whole lot on the proof of work side. I would like to see some more of that.
Oh, proof of stake. Ooh, I haven't talked about that in forever. I bought this. This when I bought this off eBay cost $500. I got it like 6 months before it released in America. Actually, my friend Charlie, I don't know if you know Charlie Lin.
I'm not familiar with Charlie.
Oh, he's so cool, man. He lives over there in China. He makes YouTube videos. He has like some of the best videos ever. I don't know why this thing's not freaking.
It's because it's Intel.
It doesn't even want to focus on it. But yeah, I bought this like 6 months before it released in America and before anybody could get it because he got it for me in China. And it was going for like 800 at one point. It was crazy, bro. I could have flipped it. But I was like, oh my God, I got the first Intel ever way before the Americans. It's actually still got Chinese like down here. I wish I could focus. But yeah, dude, the drivers are dog shit. Now, maybe it's better now. It might, I would assume it's better these days, but it was dog shit using it, man.
Yeah, they say they're getting better. I keep seeing all kinds of reports about, some of them were like the A750, A770 were faster than 3070s with new driver updates for gaming. But I also ran out and bought an A770.
Oh.
I did a review on it, unboxing and all of that stuff. And I actually threw it in my daily driver. And I couldn't even use Photoshop without it crashing. So
Really?
I yanked that sucker out and sold it on eBay quick.
Yeah, because I would imagine a lot of games they don't make the drivers for Intel. I would imagine. Again, I haven't played with mine since 2021, but.
Somebody mentioned something earlier in chat that I wanted to visit with you about.
Yeah.
So I am seeing a ton of reports from people. Two things about Trade Ogre, specifically in regards to Caspa. So number one, the price of Caspa on Trade Ogre is significantly less than all other exchanges. I think somewhere between 10 and 15% lower.
Really?
The other thing is nobody can get their Caspa off of Trade Ogre.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that recent?
Yeah, so it's been going on. I personally, I had a buddy that bought some Caspa and he wasn't able to send it to a different wallet. And I was like, it probably just failed on the first try. Try it again. And he did. It went through on the second try. But I keep hearing, man, I'm sorry. My cat's driving me nuts.
It's
over
okay,
here.
man. You're good.
But I keep hearing from people over and over again, they cannot get their Caspa off of Trade Ogre.
Huh. See, I haven't had issues, but to be fair, I haven't done it in like a month. Now, I wonder, have they confirmed all of their transactions? Have they let it sit on Trade Ogre for a while?
Yeah, I just recommended to everybody try it more than once. And several people replied and said, I've tried it multiple times. The transaction just keeps failing over and over. I sent a message on Twitter, like a direct message to them, just asking them to give me their side of the story. I didn't want to speak out of turn and say something that was incorrect, but I haven't gotten a reply from them.
Yeah, I try to put all my freaking, sorry, this thing is not, oh my God, what is wrong with this damn camera? Yeah, I try to put all mine on my Tangent wallet, man. Like all my crypto. After, I don't know if you know what happened to me. I fell for like a phishing scam, or I don't know what you want to call it. I get paranoid now, bro. I get so paranoid.
I have flashbacks to your issue that you had.
Yeah, dude. In the bull, because these days it's probably worth like 30,000 at least, like maybe 35. I think in the bull run, bro, it's gonna be worth like $70,000.
Oh,
I know,
rough, man.
it sucks, bro. 0.7 Bitcoin, 2.3 Ethereum, all types of altcoins, and those ones aren't as big a deal. But the only thing that they didn't steal from me was my Flux through Zelcore.
Really?
Yeah, and it was on the same computer. That's what's crazy.
That is weird.
Yeah.
So, just curious, do you have specific limits in your mind already for the numbers that once it hits this, I'm cashing out?
Oh, absolutely, dude. So anything over 100,000 Bitcoin is when I'm going to start considering it, Until that point, I don't even think about it. But like once we start hitting 100K, I'm going to say, okay, how deep are we in the cycle? Now, that the past doesn't necessarily mean the future, but I am going to consider it like, okay, how deep are we in this bull run and stuff? And then, yeah, I'll probably pick like maybe 110K because I don't like to be greedy, right? Like
right.
when I'm selling things, because I'm a stock guy first, that's my main, right? If I know or I'm thinking, hey, my sell target's $300, I'm not going to sell at $300. I'm going to sell at like 270, 275, right? Just to be safe, So yeah, I'll look at it further when we're in the bull run. If I'm starting to see Bitcoin's going to hit 120, 130, okay, I'll be like, all right, around 110, I'm just going to sell out. I might miss a little bit of the upside, but I want to make sure I get most of the upside.
So are you going to DCA out, or are you just selling all of it at a specific level?
Ooh, that's a good question. It'd probably be wise to DCA. It just depends how, like, it depends in the moment, man. I know that the fun is about to end when everybody at work starts talking about crypto. You know what I mean? When I start seeing it on Facebook from like my aunt about crypto, I know the time is run up, right? So I have to see. That's how I know, bro. Like when last bull run, I remember I was at work and everybody was talking about Chia. This is after I had already sold out of Doge and made like some crazy money off Doge. They're all like, dude, Chia. This was like pretty much the end of the bull run. You guys buy Chia? And I'm like, whoa, what do you guys know about crypto? They're like, I don't know, man. Every rapper's talking about it. I was like, oh, sold my Chia. Yeah, that's how I know, bro. When regular people start talking about it, I'll probably just sell it all. I don't know.
Yeah. I think I'm going to take my largest holdings and I'm going to set specific limits for DCA. So
Smart.
My plan right now is to, like, let's say for instance, Caspa. I think it's possible that it gets into the top 20. And if it hits the top 20, if you look at what reached top 20 last cycle, I think XMR is a good example. If you say that Caspa is going to hit the same market cap as XMR did last bull run, that would put it at about 42 cents. So that would be my first target to start to exit a little bit, but probably only like 25% of my holdings. And then if it hits 75 cents, I might go like another 25 cents. But I think there's going to be a pretty big psychological level at $1. But who knows? Once FOMO kicks in, it could go to $6. Who knows?
Yeah, I think Dogecoin went to 69 cents. I sold out around 52 to 55. It was somewhere in that region. Thank God I did. Oh my God. Dude, this dude at work has no interest in crypto. Got involved in Doge because he saw some rappers talking about it. He put, I think, $5,000 or $10,000 into it. He got up to 40,000. And I had just sold. I said, dude, you need to sell this. He said, no, it's going to $1. I said, bro, I'm telling you right now. This was like in the 50s. I said, you have to sell out, bro. I was like, dude, you could buy a truck right now, cash. He's like, nah, I'll sell closer to $1. I was like, sell. And then boom, 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 boom. He ended up making like 5K profit because he held.
All the way down.
And then to him, you know, that's a lot of money. You know what I mean? Like, that's life-changing money. 40 G's to him is life-changing. That's his whole wage for the year. Oh,
man, my Caspa holdings have outweighed everything in my portfolio, and you know that wasn't intentional. It just so happened. I've kept 100% of the ETH that I mined, so I still have all of that.
Oh, really?
And Caspa is even a larger holding now than what I mined in ETH.
Ooh.
And watching those portfolios fluctuate by thousands of dollars a day, oh man, it's almost stomach turning at times. I just want to uninstall. I don't I don't even want to see what the price is anymore.
Oh man, speaking of Ethereum, so do you wish you would have sold your Ethereum in the bull run because when it was around 3,000 something?
That's a tough one, man. Like, I did think about selling it all when it got to 4,600. Another guy that started mining, GPU mining specifically, about the time that I did, we spent a lot of time talking to each other, and his farm was considerably larger than mine. And I think almost everybody fell victim to BitBoy and his $100,000 prediction. Like, you just keep holding. Sometime at the end of December, we're going to hit 100,000. And if I hadn't have put a lot of stock into that, then I would have sold. And he did. That guy sold all of his Ethereum at about 46 to 4,700. He sold every single one of his graphics cards. He cashed out 6 figures, and he hasn't looked back at all. He's off doing his own thing. He's not paying attention to mining anymore. And that set him up to get into other business ventures, and he's doing great. And I look at that and I'm like, God, why didn't I do that? But
Yeah.
I also know that, he probably paid like $30,000 in taxes, because short-term capital gains versus long-term capital gains. There's a lot of things to consider here. And for everybody out there that's listening, if you guys are not tracking this stuff and you're not paying your taxes, I mean, what do you think is going to happen when you do cash out? What do you think is going to happen?
What is going to happen? Mind something. Tell us.
You're going to get busted for tax evasion.
Yeah.
Quit that crap.
Yeah.
Get your stuff together. Be a man. I'm not thrilled about paying taxes. Nobody wants to. I pay 50% of my freaking income to taxes. Nobody wants to do it, but I also don't want to deal with the repercussions of not doing what's the law. So
I can speak on stocks, not crypto, but I can speak on stocks that the IRS will find you. They will. Let me tell you a story. I was in Kuwait in the middle of a desert. I'm talking way out in the desert, bro. Just like in a movie, right? And I'm in a tent. There's probably 300 tents on this post that I'm at. And I got served from the IRS. They found me in Kuwait. And it was petty, bro. It was like, oh, you owe us $3,000 because you didn't pay taxes on one of your stocks or some bullshit from like Robinhood. I was like, are you serious? Number one, I didn't know they were looking for me, for the record. But I was like, you found me out in Kuwait on deployment in a tent, and then you knew which tent to go to? That's crazy, bro. They will find you. They will find you, like, eventually, years later.
Sorry, you lost me there for a minute. I had to go let that cat out. I know Overboard Tech was loving every second of the cat meows, but it was driving me bonkers.
He's loving. Did you hear my story about the desert?
No, I did. I missed the end of it.
All right. It's only like 20 seconds. So I was deployed. And one of the places before I went to, I'm not going to say where, but we were in Kuwait, and a desert, right? Like, just picture a fucking desert from the movie or some shit. And there was like a couple hundred tents, and I got served from the IRS in one of my tents. They knew exactly which tent to go to, and they found me in a desert and served me and said, 3 years ago through Robinhood, you owe us $3,000. And I was like, yeah, I was like, damn, this is 3 years ago? And I paid it, obviously. But I was like, are you serious? How did you find me in this tent? Like, out in the middle of nowhere, like in another country. It was crazy, bro. It was just crazy to think about.
Yeah, think about this for a second. So, we printed trillions of dollars. 50% of all of the money in circulation has come into circulation in the last 3 years. And one way to recoup that is by taxing. Their deficit is so far out of balance that they're never going to be able to catch up without drastic measures. And one of those is by taxing their citizens. And, why do you think we keep hearing all these reports about how many IRS agents they want to hire? They're going to hit us, man. It's coming. I hope everybody's prepared for it.
Yeah, I don't like Coinbase, but the one good thing about Coinbase and crypto.com is they do serve me, what's it called? Not the W-2. Was it 1099? So that's always nice. They send it to me and I have to pay the stupid taxes on it. But at least it's not as scary,
Finding someone to help me with my crypto taxes has been the biggest challenge where I live. I must have called 30 CPAs, and I found out pretty quickly, number one, I'm definitely in the wrong industry. None of them take on new clients. They're all booked. So yeah, if anybody out there is looking for a career, I think you do pretty well there. Yeah. But it's like none of them understand it. It's to me, it's so simple. I mean, it's just like a stock. You know what I mean? You buy it at a certain price, you sell it at a different price, but then you have the income aspect of it, right? And you have to treat this like a business, because for anybody out there who's purchasing thousands of dollars worth of hardware and not filing their crypto income, I mean, those are write-offs for you. Your electric bills are write-off. I mean, there's so many things you can use to offset that stuff. And there was somebody in chat that mentioned they're never cashing out their crypto. They're going to spend crypto and never convert it to fiat. Well, I mean, the only way to spend your crypto now, unless you go to El Salvador or somewhere that, you know, it's legal tender, you're converting it. So if you got a crypto.com card and you're using that to purchase stuff, you're still going to be liable for the taxes on the conversion. So just something to keep in mind.
That's really valid, man. I think the gravy train, it's not up for everybody yet, but it will be. It will be soon enough. Eventually, they're going to know all about crypto. And it's just going to be another thing, man, just like stocks. They're going to, you know, I know 7 years ago, you could probably just trade crypto, buy whatever you want. But I think the good times for that are pretty much going to be over soon.
Yeah.
And I wonder what the next, let me ask you something. Do you think there'll be a next thing, or will crypto just evolve?
What can you be more specific?
Okay, so we had like a dollar system, then we got crypto. Do you think crypto will evolve through maybe artificial intelligence or something? Or do you think there'll just be a completely new thing that everybody gets involved in? Like, this is way down the line.
Man, the optimist in me wants to say that we'll have some fair decentralized form of payment. But the realist in me is like, they're never going to relinquish their control. It'll be a fight over the next 25 years. I think humans will get it right eventually, but it's going to take a really long time to get there. You know, as far as CBDCs are concerned, there is a lot of vocal people in Congress that are, you know, they're warning us of the potential downsides of a CBDC. And maybe it's enough to educate the general public so that it's not something that gets adopted. But let's face it, the average people are not very highly educated. So it's a tough one, man.
Yeah. Hobbyist Miner wants to call in.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Let's see him. All right, we're waiting for him. Yo, Rude Put's becoming a member. Thank you. I see on my channel, I can't really talk about politics. You know, because of my job. But I do live vicariously through Hawk. He loves to talk politics.
Yes, he does.
He love it. I just can't because my job, you know. Gotta be careful.
I feel you.
Let's go, hobbyist. Call in. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry if you guys are seeing me pet some air. It's actually my dog. He wants attention. He's basically telling me go to sleep, but I'm not going to sleep.
He's ready, huh?
He's telling me. He's like, what are you doing? So, I think. Oh, let's see what's. Oh, hold on. Yo, hobbyist, my man. What's up, buddy?
What's up, dude?
Yeah, what's going on, gentlemen? How's our Friday night treating us?
Amazing. Do you want to tell us about the Ethereum merge? It's been exactly 1 year to the day.
What's Ethereum?
What's Ethereum?
I don't know. It's Ethereum you speak of, you know? It's a thing of the past, people. We've moved on with life. Yeah, it's crazy to think that the Ethereum merge was 1 year ago. Like, honestly, it feels like 5 years ago.
Me too.
It's crazy to think of like the phases we've been through since the Ethereum merge. Like, remember like when right after the Ethereum merge, we like clinged to Flux and Ergo.
Yeah,
and it was like,
I remember that.
Are they going to be our saving grace? You know what I mean? Like, it was this big like holy cow type of thing. And then that kind of fizzled out, which is a shame. I think that was the first time I sold Ergo right after that. Took some profits, you know, was like, all right, let's do this. But yeah, I mean, Ethereum, you know, thing of the past. It's
to talk on that.
I sold most of my Ethereum and never looked back, honestly.
Smart. The thing, God, it drives me crazy when I think about that. Ergo messed it up big time, right? Like, Ergo screwed the pooch. And then Flux was looking good until the halving. So the halving screwed it up for Flux. But before the halving, Flux was on top of the moon. I think it was at like 90 cents. It was breaking $1. But that damn halving, man. Damn halving.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, it's Yeah, I mean, I think the Ethereum merge, I didn't know what to expect, new to mining over the last 3 years, but regardless, I don't think any GPU miner knew what to expect. I mean, I think a lot of people got out before the merge. I think there was a number of people that still had their cards mining, not knowing, just kind of built their rigs and not even knowing that, like, what is Ethereum merge and then what's going to happen. And then there's kind of the people in between like us, and it impacted the scene much more than I expected, significantly more than I expected. I mean, look where we are now. I mean, your crypto interest is let's say GPU mining interest is like this big versus where it was, let alone like crypto interest. So it's nuts.
I think there's still got to be maybe 5 to 10,000 people still interested on YouTube, though. I mean, look at Mind Something. He just started his YouTube fairly recently. Aren't you at like 5-6K now, dude? Let me see.
Yeah, I think at like 5,400, and I did intentionally start pretty much right at the merge and when we were going into the bear market. I knew that I was going to make a lot of mistakes, and I didn't want the whole world watching those. So I'm just now starting to kind of get in the groove of things.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You're going to blow
up.
I
hear you. 100%.
Hobbyists.
That's right.
When
That's right. Leave us in your tracks,
run?
brother.
When is the next bull run?
When Papa Biden gets the boot is the next bull run. Not getting too political, but the next election cycle, I think we'll feel a lot. I'm a big Biden fanboy, hell yeah,
Me too. Thank you so much, sir. We love you on this channel. Thank you, sir.
But no, I do think the election cycle will, regardless of what direction it goes, I do feel that will kickstart things significantly. I think that will add a lot back to the economy. So I'm really looking forward to that. So yeah, I think it's going to have to. I will be honest. I am very concerned though if the whole let's see, how do we want to do it? I don't know. I don't want to like demonetize the COVID. I don't know. Can we say that word on stream?
Ahead.
Or is
I
don't
care. I only make like $1 from the ad revenue. I don't care.
If this like fake COVID generated resurgence happens again in some way or form, like our economy can't handle that. Like holy hell, like I think that takes us back even farther and kicks things down the road even more. But dude, I mean, I'm betting on the next bull run. Like, I wouldn't be building out that shed, increasing my ASIC count, like doubling down on my crypto purchases if I didn't believe the next bull run was coming in the next, I'd say in the next 14 months, 16 months, somewhere around there.
16, okay. So that's like end of 24.
Yeah. Yep. Hitting that 25. Looking forward to it.
Big year. Mine some 10. You don't have? Do you have any ASICs?
Not at my house. We had some. Oh man, this goes way back. We started with S9s, and I think the last ones we had was like T17 or something like that. And some people have heard this horror story, but a buddy of mine was the one that initially had them at his property, and then power got too expensive, so he shipped them off to a hosting facility in Canada. And out of I think we had 6 or 8, somewhere around there, and only half of them came online when they received them. And then over the course of like a year and a half of just constantly pinging them like, hey, this one still isn't online. This one still isn't online. We just became a thorn in their side, and we didn't realize it at the time, but these guys were scam artists, man. They took a bunch of equipment in and then disappeared.
Dang. That's what Hawk always talks about with the bad hosting companies.
Yep.
Well, that's the challenge is some of these hosting companies out there preach these like crazy good numbers. And then you're like, awesome. Like, you could do this for 2-3 cents. Fantastic. All right, good. Send us your hardware. You send the hardware, and now it's in, Libya. And you're like, wait, how did my equipment get to Libya? And it's, crypto's banned in that country. So you're running off of like the electric grid at like 2 to 3 cents. And then, the government seizes it and you're out, you're done. Your stuff's gone. You know what I mean? So yeah, those are the horror stories you hear about.
part of my reason for not having ASICs is, I don't want to use the word ethics, but when it comes to the ethos of crypto, you know, this is something that we're all supposed to be able to participate in. And so I try to hold true to that. I want to be able to use hardware that anybody has access to at a reasonable price. And the other part of it is just simply the resale value potential. So looking at CPUs and GPUs, they'll typically hold their value. It really just comes down to mathematics for me. When I look at, let's say, for instance, the resale value of a 3070, I could potentially get $250 for it. So I try to look at it as, okay, if this can return on investment in under 600 days, I'm interested in it. But if I decide 300 days into this that I've got enough crypto plus enough value in the hardware to sell it so that I don't lose any money, that's typically what I lean towards. And it gets harder to do that with ASICs, you know, like now if you're buying GPUs, let's say for instance, people were buying 3090s at $2,500, $3,000, that didn't make sense to buy at that time. But almost every single piece of hardware that I have, I bought either at retail or way below retail.
That's smart.
Yeah, I mean, now's the time to buy. I mean, my perspective, I am only buying ASICs right now. I actually just bought a GPU today and bought a GPU 2 days ago.
What'd you buy?
But I'm only buying. I'm not telling you. You have to wait for the video. Surprise.
Okay, all right.
One is on this side of the spectrum, and then another one is on this side of the spectrum. Like totally like other sides. But I'll be honest with you, I'm only buying ASICs now because they're within the realm of the price tag for a home miner like myself. Like I couldn't invest in some of these ASICs when they're $15,000, $16,000, $17,000.
Good point.
I just can't come to grips on that. But when it's like $3,000, it's like, okay, $2,000, all right, $1,000, $1,200, okay, cool. Now, granted, I totally get where you're coming from on the reality of like, you know, a GPU and reselling. The hard part is like GPU prices are dirt cheap right now, so like it's insanity. Will it go up in the next bull run? Maybe. I think it depends on proof of work coins for GPUs. Like there's no big unicorn out there right now. There's no white knight that's going to carry GPU mining right now. I feel like with what we're seeing right now, you know, something has to pop, something has to pivot to go ahead and cause GPU mining to go through the roof that causes the demand for GPUs. But there's just nothing out there right now. Like Bitcoin goes through the roof and everything goes up, you know. I don't know that. I don't know. I have a question for you guys. Do you think GPU mining will be as attractive, profitable, and sustainable this bull run without something like Ethereum versus the last one?
You start. Mine some.
No, I think the GPU mining landscape has changed drastically now that Ethereum is gone. I think it's, like I told DJ earlier, it's all about finding the projects while they're early. You can still make more profit mining coins that will do better later while they're young. You know, for example, my farm, when it was small back in August of last year, made more money than all of the mining that I did with Ethereum. And Caspa is going to do even better. We know that going forward. So I made more money mining a project while it was young with GPUs than I'll ever make probably with any ASIC that I buy. And I'm not saying that I'm not going to buy any ASICs. And I do want to address a couple of comments here. So Geek of All Trades says, but those ASICs hold, or buy those ASICs and hold resale later. So yes, they do have resale value, but they have a lifespan that's much, much shorter. And to address Fudweiser's comment, seems ethics and profits don't mix. That's what got us here in the first place. Let me remind you, we're all participating in this because somebody had a dream to fix the ethics and the monetary system. So ethics and profit do absolutely mix, and there is a way to fix these things, and that's what this is all about.
Okay. All right.
What do you think, DJ? Next bull run, where do you see GPU mining and you know, based off of last bull run versus this bull run.
Just from some of these flash like mini bull
Pumps,
spikes,
yeah.
mini pumps,
Yeah.
I would say it's gonna
Yeah.
do decent. I don't think we'll hit like Ethereum numbers. I don't even think we need to hit Ethereum numbers, to be honest with you. I think we'll have a nice, but my question or thought would be, is that because that project is getting a lot of traction, or is it just because Bitcoin's going up, right? If we can get to that point where it's actually getting traction from some use case, or, you know, like the next Ethereum kind of deal where everybody starts running on their network and these NFT things go on it, like that's more legitimate to me than, okay, Bitcoin went up, so we got a nice pump on everything. The one thing that I would think has potential is artificial intelligence. We'll see what Flux does. I have no idea. But like, if you think of like Vast, right? Vast, I think I talked about this last week or 2 weeks ago when I streamed. Vast AI is really cool on a small scale. If you think of it from a restaurant, right? You have a restaurant, mom and pop shop. If you get one person to start doing deliveries, that's kind of like what Vast AI is, right? So you have John help you. That's really cool on a small scale, right? It's really nice because he can go to maybe 1 or 2 blocks that evening and you made a little bit of money, but it didn't help the city. It didn't help take over the town.
Sure.
That's where I'm thinking something like maybe a Chlor AI or Render, which unfortunately isn't mining, but a Dynex potentially, if they do what they actually say they can do. And you're, instead of buying or hiring just a single delivery guy, you're hiring all of DoorDash, right? Because that's kind of what it could become, is getting all the miners on one network. Now
Larger scale.
Yeah. Now selling Uber Eats or selling DoorDash, or, you know, a bunch of GPUs running artificial intelligence together to solve problems, I could see that being a better selling point.
Yeah, I think I do agree with you when you speak about AI here. I think we need the right platforms in place to give GPU miners a launching pad. So like, we need the right ability to connect in somewhere along the way, if it's Dynex, if it's Flux, if it's Vast AI. So when AI demand takes off from a decentralized avenue, us GPU miners can value from that. Like, that's what we really need. Thinking about the next bull run, it's like we need a coin that is partnered with an AI demand service and allow us GPU miners to be like, hey, we got all the hardware. Let's jump on that platform. And then there's that, you know what I mean? Like then we're cashing in. I think that's what we're really going to need. I do think, and I know know DJ is a huge proponent of AI, but I think that's going to be the next kind of GPU mining 2.0. It's going to be our next evolution, is going to be heavily involved with AI. And I think these traditional crypto coins that are just, hey, we're decentralized and we're running on Kapow algo and come mine my coin, I think you're going to be left in the past, honestly. I mean, there's no, what's the huge attraction there? I mean, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we need these real world use case scenarios.
So hobbyist, are you preparing now? Are you starting to, let's say on a small scale, are you starting to figure out how to get into Vast or Chlor and rent hardware and what that takes?
Yeah, so that is literally like next on my stepping stone list. Like the ASIC shed is done at this point. I have a breaker to swap out from 100 amp to 150 amp, and then I'm done there. I still have about 12. Thank you. I have about 12,000 watts left. I filled everything else up. I got 12,000 watts left in that shed. I'll be at about 12 ASICs here in the next 30 days. That'll be in there. So my goal is just let those puppies run, do their thing. But then I'm revisiting back my current shed. So my current shed will be straight GPU mining in different ways. So like, I'll have your traditional GPU mining rigs, but my top rack that I emptied out, that's all ASICs or was ASICs, is going to be for AI. So my goal is to now pivot. I got plenty of GPUs. So bottom rack is all going to be GPU mining rigs. Top rack is going to be all AI built rigs, all for that. So I'm actually like, I sit by and watch these guys like Hawk and King and, you know, all these other guys here, Second TL, talk about it and get their rig set up. And I'm like, oh, I'm so behind. Like Max, I got to catch up, you know. But honestly, that's next on my list. Like coming back from Cypherpunk, those are like my to-dos are like, all right, I need to nail down what I want, and I want to buy like 7, 8 different rigs, get them built up and ready to go, because now's the time to buy that hardware. 100%.
DJ, are you going to Cypherpunk?
Dude, I can't. I want to. I can't get off work again. So what, 2 months ago we went to Mining Disrupt. Last month we went to BitHome in South Dakota. I can take it. I want to go, bro, but like I can't get more vacation. Like 3 months in a
Leaving there, DJ's like, oh my gosh, I can't do this again. I just did this. Like,
I can personally do it. My job, dude, without giving details, I'm in charge of like 40 to 50 people. I don't want to give the exact number. And when I leave for like even a week, bro, it's just crashes and burns at work, bro. And then I get guilt tripped. Oh, why do you keep leaving? Why do you keep leaving?
So Hobbyist, you're the only one of us three that's going to be there. I was going to try and go, but we've got an anniversary. I can't get off of work. But I want to give you a homework assignment since you're going to be around the Flux team.
All right, Dad, what do you got?
So I'd like to know more about the use cases and their customers. So, for example,
they got some big stuff coming. I can't say anything. Like, I've talked with some of these. I've talked with the appropriate people and heard some big names and huge companies, and I am like, I want it now. I'll be honest with you.
I'm really curious. Like
and it's not even like from their product offering. It's just like, wait, you're talking to who? Like, holy shit! Like, that's amazing. And so it's like fantastic. I think the biggest thing is we as a society and we as miners, let's talk more about GPU miners. We want this yesterday because we want profitability. You know what I mean? We want to bring that back to this. And the hard part is like, I will give Flux some credit. And this is not because, you know, like I know these guys, I'm going to Cyberpunk, but they are definitely taking their time with this, and they don't want to be first to the gate, but they want to be the best. And so I'm really eager to see when they launch these things and how they launch these things. If honestly, some of these people that they're talking to and some of these companies they're talking to, these things come to fruition, it's going to be God tier. I'm not kidding you. Like this will set GPU miners up for massive success.
So the clientele that's coming in the demand that they're going to have, there's going to be use cases. Like, let's say, for instance, if you're doing stable diffusion, you just need a single GPU for one particular task. But there's other types of tasks that require a tremendous amount of compute power. And I'm just curious what the majority of the demand is looking like. Are there going to be large jobs where we need 12 4090s or H100s in a rig, as opposed to the people that have 33070s? Is it really? I know there's going to be tier structures and a reward system based on all that, but is it really going to be heavily incentivized to have multiple GPUs, such as enterprise type stuff?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think this will, honestly, I don't know anything more than anyone else when it comes down to the hardware side of things. I do think the proof of useful work hardware will move in the direction that the kind of things have moved with the nodes, where there's an enterprise demand in order to meet enterprise customers. The hard part is like, that turns off home miners. You know what I mean? Like, that turns people off when they're like, I want to use my piece of shit rig from 2 years ago that was making me $20 a day. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't hold up. We're talking about AI. We're talking about, proof of useful work items. So the hard part is like, from my understanding, Flux isn't taking that like, hey, take your existing GPU rig and make it work in our proof of useful work, type of setup. It's like, no, like, so I think I do think that like Mining King and like Hawk and a bunch of those other guys are onto something when they're talking about taking a single rig and making it pretty decent. Memory, 1 GPU, maybe 2 GPUs. I honestly do feel the age of GPU mining rigs with AI with 8-card GPUs on 3070s are a thing. Like, Dynex is the exception. Throw Dynex out the window and no one's talking about doing proof of useful work or AI stuff, right? with our Ethereum rig, right? Am I right there? Like,
Yeah, like the
we're not talking
existing
about
hardware
that.
that we have, the dog shit CPUs.
Yeah, no one's talking
and
about
RAM.
throw Dynex out the window. Dynex is I'm not saying Dynex is garbage. What I'm saying is Dynex is this massive exception. Everything else we're looking at with like proof of useful work, Vast, AI, I forget the other one that Hawk and those guys have been interested in. Those all required like 1 or 2 GPUs that are beefy as hell and like these nice setups. So yeah, I don't know, but I will get back to the fact that DJ, I do think you're right in the fact that AI will play a massive play in the next bull run.
I
100%.
wonder. Thank you. I appreciate you, James. Looking good, by the way. Oh yeah, nice background.
Oh, thanks, Dad.
I wonder if like some large company will ever come out, right? Like not Nvidia, because obviously Nvidia has their own thing, but maybe like an Intel or something, and they'll come out with their own AI for people or something. You know what I mean? Like do what just steal it. Just steal Dynex's business model or what Flux is doing or wants to do, but they already have the insane amount of money to start it off. Like, and then if you've already got your Flux rig up or your Vast AI rig, that could transfer over a lot easier than, you know, these GPUs with dog shit SSDs and RAM. And
I think, what do you guys think about the fact of some of these, not even Flux, just whatever cryptocurrencies here that are getting into AI? You know, I instead of like attacking, like, we want to be your entire platform for AI, I think some of them are starting. What do you think about the fact of almost being this overflow? So like example, throw it out there. Like, let's think of like Tesla, like with their massive amount of compute and resources they need to manage these cars, right? And the technology behind them. Instead of like, we want to replace that with our decentralized AI cryptocurrency platform. Instead, it's like, we're an overflow platform. So like when or like a chat GPT, when you have a high demand or spike, it just taps into these projects. Because I don't think like a Tesla or a chat GPT is like, I see you, Flux, I'm coming to you for all of my needs. I think we need to be realistic here. These are Fortune 500 companies that are going to buy their own hardware and mine their own, like have their own setups, right? Have their own compute resources and then utilize these as like backups. Like, I think that's what I've heard a lot of. Like, a great example of that is like Flux with like their decentralized setup. What's it called? Because of the W, I'm forgetting it. It's WordPress. Their WordPress. Thank you. They've said to a lot of companies, like, we don't need to be your primary provider, but use us as your DR. Like, I mean, it's that overflow. It's that secondary option. Because how hard is it to go to these massive companies and want full adoption? So I do think I think everything's going to be a stepping stone. Like, I think we as providers of this hardware are going to be a stepping stone for these big companies when it comes to AI, when it comes to decentralization, things like that. I think we're too eager to be right. Like, oh, we're going to support, Tesla. And like, no, we're not. Let's be honest here. Like, we're not there. Like, you know what I mean?
You're onto something there. Yeah. I'm going to add some fuel to the fire here too,
I like that.
because
do it.
Number one, the tensions between Taiwan and China, the United States, seems to escalate as we go further down the road. So there's that potential. We also have the struggle with TSMC trying to build factories in the United States. They see the demand coming, but they're running into roadblocks such as not having skilled labor, trying to import workers from Taiwan here, running into problems with the visas, Americans upset about them taking jobs, and just problems with building the factories in general. Then you combine that with the fact that the amount that they can manufacture compared to the demand is already way out of balance currently. There's only 500,000 H100s that were built for the entire world this year. Okay.
Wow, that's crazy.
It is nuts to think about. And, there's a lot of people that are speculating that they're going to turn towards consumer grade hardware to fill that demand. And there's not enough companies that have enough hardware. There's absolutely going to be spillover, and they're going to come running to us.
Have y'all
yeah,
heard
and that's
of,
what I think it is.
Have y'all heard of Tesla, their AI, which is Dojo?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of that?
Yep.
Yeah, man. Actually, JP Morgan just raised their price target to $400 for them because they think they're going to grow as a company 60% over the next few years because of their AI. And because, dude, if somebody can get it done, it is certainly Elon Musk and his team. I could tell you that right now.
Well, yeah, and he just bought, didn't he just buy like 10,000
Yep.
GPUs, whatever? So it's like, okay, he's investing in that, which is fantastic. And he's buying some of those those high-end cards and stuff like that. But there's always going to be that case of like overflow, right? Like you're always going to need more, and you're going to build out your platform to be like, okay, when mine gets maxed out, what is available? What can I use in a pinch type of deal? So, I mean, that's where I think there's fantastic like opportunity. Whether it's Flux, whether it's Dynex, whatever it is, honestly, Chlor, whatever,
could be something
whatever
new.
It is, exactly. And so for me, I think it goes back to mindset intent when you had asked about the fact of, like, I just want to, if there's one thing I've learned during my first bear market, it is diversify. And like, I really want to diversify, not one rig, not two. I got a shed of ASICs. I got half my stuff here at my house is GPU mining rigs. And then the other half is going to be more AI focused. Then I can feel like going into a bull run that at least I'm more diversified than when I was my first time. You kind of learn from the cycles and stuff like that. Because I feel like, honestly, if I just stayed with GPU mining, which there's a lot of GPU miners that have their head in the sand. Like, I've had so many people comment on videos and be like, all you do is talk about ASICs now. And I'll be honest, because GPU mining is doing shit. Not doing anything right now. It's not profitable. It's making nobody money. You're counting your pennies per day. ASICs make dollars per day. So it's like, we need to make, you gotta be open-minded. And that's why for me, like, I didn't get into the AI stuff early on, like some of these guys did, because I wanted to do some other things. But now I'm like, I want to diversify, like put me into everything. Because guess what? At the end of the day, I just care about making money. I just care about earning crypto. I don't care how I get there. I just want to get there. So yeah, there's my rant.
Somebody said GPU mining is spec mining, and that's absolutely true. The landscape has completely changed. Maybe there will be a coin that provides similar profitability during the bull run that we experienced in the past.
I hope so. Yep.
There's a lot more awareness now, so there's a lot more people in it. We've got a lot of competition, and the landscape has changed, and we've all got to learn to live with that.
And
yeah,
I think there'll still be a place. I don't know that it'll be as big as it was,
Agreed.
but I think there's still a place for GPU mining coins. Like, look at Caspa, right? Like, I mined Caspa when it was GPU mineable, and I don't regret it. I'm still holding it all, and it moved on without us. It is what it is. A lot of coins have moved on to ASICs, so there's definitely an opportunity there. Would I buy 200 GPUs again in the next bull run? No, I wouldn't. But I do think I think for me, at least for the next at least 7 to 10 years, I'll still have some GPU rigs. And you know what? If I hear some cool new project come out, I'll turn the GPUs on and hope it becomes this ASIC mineable blow up coin. And I think there'll still be a market always with GPUs.
One thing that I think is going to hit people pretty hard is having mixed rigs. I think a lot of people are going to want to transition into proof of useful work and perhaps participate in Chlor and Fast and all of those things. And you got to realize right now you need the same card. If you have multiple GPUs, you're going to need them all to be the same.
Oh, really?
So, yep.
I didn't know that. Why is that?
It just, it doesn't, I don't know the technical side of it, but it just doesn't play well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That pretty much sums it up. Yeah. They all need to be the same.
Yeah, so something I have for me, I was thinking about this was like, I got a number of GPUs from Hawk the other day, and as I'm getting through like my ASIC project with my shed, I got like 3 more videos I think coming out, and then I'm like, all right, I'm done. I've done enough shed videos. I'm done. I mean, yeah. I actually bought, completely unrelated, I bought another shed, but not for mining. Like I have a third shed. It's literally getting delivered in the next few weeks, but it's for what my wife originally wanted me to buy a shed for, which was like riding mower, snow blower, all those things. They just live in my garage right now. But I was looking at my GPUs, and I was looking at, like, I have one server case available to me, And then other than that, I'm like, all right, I need some more server cases. And I went, I really need to decommission some of these GPUs. So I got like 580s still running. I'm like, all right, it's time, boys. We're going to pull those out. So it's like, all right, I'm going to free those up. I got, a bunch of 3070s going to put in those. These aren't the ones I was hinting at before. But then it's also like, okay, what else do I have? So I think when you had said DJ too, like next time you're not going to be buying 200 GPUs. I think for me, I'm going to have less GPUs, but more efficient, maybe more powerful GPUs going into the next bull run versus just a hodgepodge. Now for me, last bull run, I was started with 4 GB cards. I didn't have Ethereum mineable cards that were 6 gigs and higher till a year into my mining experience. So that's something else I've learned. Yeah, I had 4 GB cards. I was doing Ravencoin. What else was I doing? I forget what else was popping back then. That was 4 GB cards.
ETC, was that 4 at the time?
ETC, yeah, ETC, Ravencoin. I'm trying to think what else there was. It wasn't touching Ergo, wasn't touching Flux. I forget what else there was been in that mix, but yeah. So we'll see. But that's my goal. I mean, I got 1660 Ti's. I love the cards to death, but I might have to shelf those. I'm not going to get rid of those, but I might have to shelf those to make room for beefier GPUs. I don't know.
Yeah, I wish
I'm
I could
torn.
sell mine.
I can't figure out if I want to put additional money into more solar or hardware. And I don't know. I feel like I made a pretty good choice right before the merge in going solar. But, you talk about a 1660 super. Like, if you got enough solar, man, you can run the hell out of those old cards. Doesn't really matter.
But what are you going to be making on them, though? That's the downside is like, they're cheap as anything. I get it. And what are you going to mine on? Let's you go full solar, right? So you put that investment in. Let's not even talk about that amount of money you put into solar because it's silly. But then
not for me,
not for you. But then you look at let's say you're mining completely. Let's say you're GPU mining with no operating expenses, right? What are you going to mine and how much are you really going to make? With a 1660 or a 580 or a 1060, these older GPUs, you're making pennies a day. That's the downside, even without electric.
It all comes down to the math. I just look at it as let's say for instance, if I can pick up a 1660 super for $50 and I'm only paying 4 cents per kilowatt hour and I got to spend, $600 plus on a 4070, for me in my particular situation, whichever one hits ROI faster is, it makes more sense. But for everybody else that's paying 8 cents or more per kilowatt hour, then it's all about efficiency.
But the pennies thing, hobbyist, that's if you're looking at the day-to-day though, right? Isn't it hold and then try to get the money later?
Well, sure.
Isn't that where the opportunity is?
That's your spec mining. And I think there's great opportunity in that. I mean, that's where I think Mindsum 10 had spoken to earlier, where it's the nice thing is right now is and even he had said that's where he made the most money last bull market was spec mining these coins and then them 10xing or 100xing because they have more opportunity to, but I think it's really getting into those projects super early. If that's the mentality you're going on, you're jumping on these in the early days of these coins, the days or weeks of these coins before everybody and their brothers mining them.
And time is money too. It's you spend a lot of time doing the research.
Yeah, and that's what it is. I mean, it's a big person I talk to a lot. Your friend Andy, he's always on Bitcoin forums and stuff like that, and finding these projects. And I'm like, dude, where did you find this from? Oh, somebody mentioned it here, so I looked into it. Looked fun, so I put some money into it, or I put some cards on it, and it's all right, cool. But I mean, honestly, I like the idea of it. I just don't have the time to do it. But I'd love to take 1 or 2 rigs and be I mine something different every week. But you mine these projects that are a day old or 3 days old and just get a massive bag of them. I mean, I think it'd be awesome because if 1 of 100 of them takes off in balloons, you've done very well.
That's true. I looked at Bitcoin Talk because that's what Andy uses. Dude, there's so much spam and I don't even know how to explain it. It looked like an over the counter old
that's awesome.
There's flags in the middle of the titles, all these people, the next whatever. And I'm like, oh my god, I just closed it. I was like, this is too much for me. At least on the
Is everybody
speculative
selling
mining.
something? Everyone's selling
Yeah.
like their project.
Yeah, at least no hate to the rest of Bitcoin talk, but I'm just saying for like the new upcoming coins, I was like, I don't know how he ciphers through all this, man. It looks like a bunch of advertisements. But hey, good on him.
Yep.
Yeah, we still got almost 100 people in here. I'm curious, DJ, if you'll throw a poll up. So considering I'm not heavily invested in ASICs, I want to know from everybody, if I'm going to buy an ASIC, what ASIC I should buy. And I would say,
what are the options?
We could throw KS2, KS1, KS0, any of those. I can't afford a KS3.
KS1's in the middle. I think KS1's like that nice middle ground.
Okay, so we'll go KS1, and then let's throw an ETH ASIC in there. ETH hash ASIC.
E9 Pro.
So
E9
Pro.
The E9 Pro, honestly, I've done all the math on my shed farm right now to give people an idea. The E9 Pro, out of all my ASICs I have, is the most profitable ASIC per day.
More than Jazz Miner?
More than the Jazz Miner. Well, I have to look at the Jazz Miners, but I'm almost positive. My Jazz Miners are in this shed. I've only really done a ton of math on the full-size ASICs. The L7 I got in the other day is a close second. But the E9 Pro is unbelievable. Like, I'm so surprised by that. So E9 Pro for sure.
It only gives me 4 options, so I had to throw them all in one. Sorry.
Awesome. I like those. E9 Pro does not do Octa, does it?
It does not, and that's because of
Bitmain.
Bitmain. So that's what you can't even put the E9 Pro on NiceHash. I actually talked with Marco, the mining manager at NiceHash, about this, and he is like, Bitmain has become so controlling of everything they do now. They don't want to work with any third parties. So like, you think they'd want to work like in the past with their Bitcoin miners, there's something they make on the back end, like in the hardware and the firmware, so it works with some of these like NiceHashes or some of these other ones out there. Bitmain has pretty much literally come out and be like, we don't want anyone to be doing anything with our equipment other than what we built it for. So they're like, we're not changing or doing anything, which is such a shame because I love having that ability to diversify with that.
Man.
Yeah, let me look at that.
I'm a big proponent. I don't know.
Proponent.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of buying the ASIC when it first comes out, but it's got to be like Bitmain. I guess Ice River would have been a nice one, but I thought it was a scam.
Originally. Yeah.
Who would have known, right? Like, but I'm a huge.
Who would have
fan.
known how fast that would have went too?
Like I bought my K7 as soon as it came out. It's been great. Bought the S19, not the S19 XP, not exactly when it first came out, but pretty close. I'm all about like first batch, either first or second batch. After that, the price does go down. But like, would I buy an L7 this late in the game? No, the thing's been out for two years almost, maybe even 2 years.
Yeah, but see, I just bought Kings, so I just bought
Really?
Kings from him, and you may say that, but here I can tell you.
It depends on the price, right? It depends on the price.
It depends on the price.
Yeah.
Yep, I got a really good price from King. I talked him down. I'll be honest. But let me look here.
There's the poll right there, mine some.
Let's see.
Okay. Jazz
The L7 after electric makes me $5.74 a day right now.
Okay.
After electric. And the E9 Pro that I was talking about earlier makes me $4.72 a day after electric. And that's
pretty
today.
similar.
Yeah.
Bro, my D9, it was making like
crazy.
It was making $50 to $80 a day for like almost a month. These days, though, it's still making like $12 a day on NiceHash.
Wow,
that's incredible.
That's profit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a unicorn. Don't touch it.
Yeah.
Just let it run.
Like
that's crazy.
And if I had more money and like a lot of disposable money, I would look at a D9 actually. I don't know how much they cost though. That's a big factor as well.
Altrek mentioned that I have racks, and since I do AV work, I have plenty of racks sitting around that I could utilize, and they are more appealing to me than anything on the list actually.
So I was looking the Jazzminer X4Q right now, the one that came out, is it is more profitable than the E9 right now by about $1, give or take.
I wonder if they're counting the triple, which is what Octaspace,
No,
Pac-Man.
No, they're not. Yeah, they're not.
I think
Now,
that has more potential than ETFs.
The P, Octospace especially. Octospace has different price discovery right now, decent price. Now, the X16P, I don't know what this runs. Chat could probably tell us what this runs. But on my electric rate, would be making $16.58 a day.
Woo, that's good.
Especially right now during this current market, it's like what? Like
in this terrible market, yeah. One thing,
which is nuts.
When I was watching Red Panda's videos during the bull market, I remember Red Panda was looking at some of his old videos for just Bitcoin miners, any miners, and they were going for like 3K, 4K. And I remember watching the bull run. I was like, oh my God, I wish I could get a Bitcoin miner for 3K. I wish. And everybody's so envious because Bitcoin miners were going for like 20,000, 30,000. It was just dumb. And now they're selling for $1,000. I'm seeing it sometimes $800 for like a 90. I think it's a 90 terahash, and it's just crazy.
Well, that's because, go ahead.
It's crazy how many people are not buying right now, and it's like $1,000.
Well, they're last year's models. Like they're not even last year's models. Your 2-year-old models, 3-year-old models. I mean, I don't recommend anybody goes out right now and buys 100 terahash, 104 or lower models, regardless, because like we're going into the next bull run. I feel like you want to be on the upward swing of the technology curve. And like DJ, you're one who has always pushed for this and always respected you for it. Where I was like, you want the latest, the best model of X ASIC. Like when the K7 came out, regardless of now, you're like, I want the best one. Or when this thing comes out, you're like, I want the best one. And it's like, you want to be on the upward swing of it. Which like they have like, and the reason these are so low right now is not only because of one, the Bitcoin halving coming up. On top of that, the current price of Bitcoin. And then you have next year's models coming out. You got your S19J XP, 151 terahash. You got your S21, which is 200 plus terahash. It's like, why would you buy, like, just talk about efficiency, buying 100 terahash model versus the S21. Now, granted, the difference is you got a price point, right? But the electric is the amount. Like right now, electric and efficiency is king. You need to be buying with efficiency in mind. So like think of how many 100 terahash units you got to get, and then think about the electric usage. You're double the electric usage for 200 plus terahash. Like it's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Guys, we've been going almost 2 hours, and I don't want to get off. I want to keep going, but I was in the middle of fixing my hot water heater.
Oh my God. Continue.
I've got about 40 minutes to get to Home Depot. So
do your thing, bro.
I thought it was the heating elements that went out, and this has happened to me a couple of times actually. So I went to Home Depot, grabbed some heating elements, bought the little tool to take them out, pulled them out. They still look good. So I was like, man, what could this be? Check the circuit breaker. I think the circuit breaker is bad. I got like 40 minutes left to get to Home Depot and grab that circuit breaker.
You better get on it. You better get on it.
It's a pleasure chatting with you, brother. Come on the show anytime.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on. For all those out there watching, thank you guys for sticking around. I know it's tough in a bear market, but we're going to be with you guys all the way through it until we hit that bull run, baby.
Perfect.
Yes. Appreciate you, dude.
No problem. Hobbyist, you have a good evening, sir. Catch all y'all
man.
next
Nice
week.
chatting with you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I just came in late. Yeah. I'm just here at the tail end of this. I mean,
I told Hawk I'd wait for him. He keeps saying he's coming.
Oh, Hawk's turned into the new Red Panda. I'm coming. I promise.
He's babysitting. Hey, Hawk, if you can hear this, look, that baby would be all right. People have been raising kids for millions of years. Let him lay. All right, he'll be all right. He'll be all right.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, I've been slowly. We were talking about like. So what about you, DJ? Are you kind of sitting on all that hardware you got now? What's kind of your game plan with it right now?
Yes, absolutely. I am waiting for Timmy.
Timmy, where you at?
No, he's not here yet. See, right now is all the smart people. That's fine. I'm not trying to sell to you guys. I'm waiting for Timmy to come along. Timmy's gonna come over. He's gonna, he's gonna see the bull run. He's gonna see this shit on Bloomberg and shit. And nobody's gonna be selling for a decent price. I'll probably sell 10 to 15% below market, give them a great deal at the time, and sell them everything.
Okay.
Come on.
So you're holding on to the stuff right now as an asset and an investment so that you can resell during a bull run. So you're willing to hold on to it for another year plus until that next bull run.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean,
It's not worth it to
maybe
me.
maybe I'm wrong. I mean, honestly, I love a bull run tomorrow, but what would trigger it? Like most bull runs are triggered by something, not just, oh, all of a sudden, magically comes along,
The ETFs, bro?
I think the ETFs would be a launching pad. I think
Yeah.
that would be awesome. Like, and I really do. I think because I think the night, like trust me, in the current economy, the ETFs going through would be phenomenal. But I'm gonna be honest with you, not going to talk too much government, but the current SEC and the current administration don't want anything to do with an opportunity for the little man. So they know the second they go, ETFs are approved, all of a sudden now there's going to be this big influx. They like people relying on them versus all the sudden the economy taking off. And it's like, see what we did? We approved the ETFs. It's like,
what if
go
next year, close to the halving, maybe this is super conspiracy. Okay,
that timing would be awesome.
I could be completely wrong here, chat. We know halving is coming up. The halving is coming up in what, roughly April. What if around then they launch the ETF, the halving's coming, then they super punch it with the election, boom, and it's just this catapult. We're talking like late 24 here, probably, right?
Okay.
And it's just, oh my God. But then the problem is, right, do they stop interest rates at that point? What if that happens too? What if they just stop raising the interest rates too? Oh, baby, man.
So
and Timmy's going to come over and buy my GPUs.
Come on over, Timmy. So ideally, we would love to see the ETFs first, right?
Yeah.
And then we'd love to see the halving second.
Yeah.
And then the election following after that, would allow for like the perfect alignment of the stars. I think would be great, because I think honestly we really do need price inflation of Bitcoin to go up. I feel like before the halving, like we need that, like, because having it happening, think about that happening today, it would be detrimental. It would not be beneficial. Like, I feel like it would be really rough, because it's just like, I don't know. Do you think, okay, we've seen a few halvings. This would be my first Bitcoin one. Do you think we're going to have any price increase off of Bitcoin, or is it going to be a flop like these other projects we've seen?
The halving?
Yep.
I think we'll have a little dip right after, but I think towards the end of the year of 24, absolutely, man. I think it's coming. I think there's going to be so much momentum, so much hype built. I'm starting to see it on Bloomberg more and more. Now they're talking about it.
Okay.
I'm starting to see the Timmys in the media just mentioning it. I'm starting to see them have like a halving countdown. I'm like, oh, here we go. Here we go. This is what I need to see. But I've always noticed when a new year comes, it sparks a lot of hype, a lot of interest in just your average person, right? It gives you, how it is. Like if you go to the gym in like November, December, there's nobody. You go January, everybody's a new year, new me, all this bullshit. Woo! I think the stars, I know it sounds crazy, but I think the stars are going to align in a nice way. And towards the end of 24, man, I think it's a nice catapult, man.
Yeah, there was an article here, Cointelegraph. I just shot it to you on the link there that shows, if you just scroll down for the very top of it, Bitcoin halving chart. It just shows the price of Bitcoin, and it has the dates marked on there for every 4 years on when, where those halvings were versus the price of Bitcoin. And like, I mean, traditionally it should continue to go up. I think you're right. Like there's a lull right around that time period and then spikes up again. So I think there is some possible opportunity there to have this. I mean, it's every 4 years, we had November 2012, July 2016, May 2020. So I mean, I'm definitely curious.
Now I do question, once the big money comes, I feel like it's kind of inevitable. I don't know if that's anytime soon, but whenever these ETFs come and the big boys come, is crypto, is it really going to be for your average person anymore at that point? Or is it just going to become like your gold and silver?
Yeah. Like, I mean,
at least Bitcoin. Yeah.
You also have that. There's two things there that come to mind. First off, like, does the price go so high that like it's so unattainable for like the common man to afford it? And the other thing that really comes to mind for me is as we get in these big industry players and big companies and the ETFs and stuff, and like we've heard a ton about like people like BlackRock buying up like Bitcoin mining farms and stuff like that because they want virgin Bitcoin is what this, I mean, it is a real thing. Like it's real, just from mining inception all the way through it, not going through exchanges, not going through anything, just a straight pathway from mined to wallet, because then there's a good trail of it. And it's clean. You know, that's what people are looking for, which is, I think it's such bullshit at the end of the day.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
Bitcoin's Bitcoin to me. Like I don't get why it matters. And I know it's going to be like, oh, it matters for regulation and because all of this. It's like, have you looked at the US dollar? I think every dollar's dirty. Like seriously. I mean, oh my gosh.
But Kevin O'Leary last bull run was preaching it. I'm only buying virgin Bitcoin. I'm not buying any blood money, any blood crypto, and it's spread and it, you know,
it's terrible.
Maybe behind closed doors they don't believe it, but it's definitely a better selling point. And what if
it looks better to these regulators? It looks better to them because they're like, well, see,
ESG.
See,
what if long term Bitcoin is seen as your energy for your country? Like, hey, you know, we're producing X amount. Once I'm talking about like long term, once the ETFs take over, once the billions, trillions of dollars come in, right? I'm thinking like maybe it's seen as energy for your country at that point. Like we know that we're getting this clean virgin coin, and it came from I don't know how many megawatts or whatever's above a megawatt at that point. But this is down the line. I can see that.
Yeah, it'll definitely be unique to see where things go because of that factor. Like, is that going to be like we talk about the next bull run where all this speculation and stuff like that? You know, are we all of a sudden going to see that be the thing as soon as like the ETFs are approved? And then also like, okay, the ETFs are approved, but regulators are so heavy where it's like you need to have these full audit trails to show start to finish life cycle of the actual Bitcoin these ETFs are holding. And that's like, oh man, like, you know, that's why you're hearing of all of these mining farms getting bought up and things like that, because they want to set themselves up. So it's like, great, it's approved. And look at all my mining farms that are making me all my virgin Bitcoin. And it's like, oh,
dude. Oh, that makes me think kind of what you just said. What if the Bitcoin that we are mining and holding is seen as dirty and can't be transferred on a lot of websites that they're going to create, so that way they can control the virgin one because they're the ones with the low power. They're the ones.
Well, it's a double-edged sword because I think also too is like you as a home miner, believe it or not, like you may have cleaner Bitcoin than than some of these other avenues out there where it's been exchanged and all that stuff. The hard part is like we're not talking about a physical token. We're not talking about a physical asset that like you have that ability. It's all digital. So I mean, and that's really what like blows my mind in that regard. Like this whole thing on virgin Bitcoin and stuff like that, I think is complete BS. At the end of the day, it's just numbers on a screen in your wallet. Where it came from doesn't matter. I mean, is anyone questioning where these numbers are in your bank accounts? I mean, geez, no one's batting an eye at that, are they?
No. I would like to see for personal use. I would love for my bank to accept me sending Bitcoin to it. I know it'd have to tax me, just make my life so much easier. Like if I could send Bitcoin through Langley Federal Credit Union, transfer it into USD automatically. Because right now it's kind of annoying using these, Coinbase and all these others. I would like to see that long term where I could transfer that in.
Yeah, the downside is traditional banking charges an arm and a leg for anything. So my concern is like they'd be in and be like, all right, you're Chase Bank, you have your bank, your savings and checking with us, and maybe you have a bit, you could transfer it, they could do the exchange for you, right? But there's two issues there. Like one where I am completely against is like I don't the side of like as soon as you transfer it to Chase, now it's fully traceable, versus the fact of like it's not, and that whole KYC factor. And then on top, and as much as people are like, oh, well, KYC, legitimize, report this, it also goes against everything crypto stands for. It's, you know what I mean? And that's the down. And I get it. You want to look at taxes, you want to look at reporting. I get it. I'm not speaking against it. I'm not speaking for tax fraud, but there is something to the root of crypto where it is, I can spend, earn, mine all of it I want. And ideally, I shouldn't have to report any of it, because that's the whole premise of crypto, is that autonomy. So, and being anonymous and everything to it. But at the end of the day, I do see what you're saying of the fact of transferring it to Chase, and then it goes into there. The hard part is look at the current like industry of the banking industry. Everything costs an arm and a leg to do. Everything takes forever to do. Like, can you imagine them having to convert your Bitcoin into your bank account? It could take a week. Like,
True.
It's terrible.
My rebuttal, and I don't disagree, by the way. I think that's
no, go for it. No.
I actually do agree with all that. My rebuttal would be, okay, let's say I'm holding all this Bitcoin. I hold it till, I don't know, 2035. I'm ready to cash out. I made $3 million. I want to buy a Bugatti. But the problem is nobody's going to sell me a Bugatti. And I can't buy a house with it. What can I do with it? I can trade it to other users that accept Bitcoin. Great. But how do I turn that into money?
Yeah, but more and more places are, the nice thing is, and I'm finding this as well, more and more places are finding that avenue of like, you don't need to off ramp your Bitcoin. You just pay with your Bitcoin. And I think that is what, we're constantly trying to get to that dollar, right? We're constantly trying to get to that US dollar to have that. But I think we forget the fact of like, Bitcoin was not built to get to that dollar. Bitcoin was built to replace that dollar. So like, great example. I've been using this website, Spritz. I don't know if you ever used it, spritz.com.
I've heard of it.
It's the one that your friend Andy turned me on. You go on that site, you can create a digital credit card, you can send Bitcoin to it, and you can pay with that digital credit card for anything. It's phenomenal. I love it. I have bought so many things with that digital credit card. There's no KYC to it, nothing. Ooh. It's great. And so I've used it for a handful of different things. And I bought on Amazon before. I paid like PayPal, like someone sends me like a PayPal. I've added it to my PayPal before. It's awesome. It's phenomenal because and the nice thing is it's not trying to get you to the dollar. You're using your Bitcoin to pay for something. The credit card is just that middleman because companies aren't fully like, send us the Bitcoin directly. I think where my mind goes is like, as time goes on, those off ramps won't be as necessary. Like I get you. We're constantly like, what's my off ramp? What's my off ramp? I'm a miner. And then I constantly have to remind myself, there doesn't need to be an off ramp, or there shouldn't need to be an off ramp if Bitcoin becomes more adoptable, if that makes sense.
Valid. No, 100%. But here's the thing. So in that instance, do we need a re-education of all the miners? Because if you go on what to mine, everybody clicks on 3070 Dynex. Oh, I'm making 14 cents a day. Nobody says, I'm so excited.
What's the amount?
Yeah, I'm so excited to make 6 Dynex. You look at Mine the ASICs. It tells you I'm making $4 a day. No one says, oh my God, I'm so happy to make 0.0001 Bitcoin. So everybody, YouTubers, viewers, anywhere you look, is always talking about the dollar amount. So like, how do we, you know what I mean? How do we get people excited for the yield? That would take forever.
Sorry, I'm gonna post a link to that in chat and call me terrible, but I'm gonna put my referral link because every person that signs up for this, I get $20. So I'm gonna throw it in there.
Do it. Yeah.
I'll throw it in chat. I use it. Honestly, it's great. And literally, like, if you, I can't show it here, but literally it's a Visa prepaid crypto debit card is what it's considered. And you literally click a button. It gives you your full credit card. It gives you your expiration. It gives you your CCV. And what you do is there's no KYC to it, but they have you put in your full name and your address because of billing. You know, like you buy something on Amazon and it wants your billing address with a credit card. So you have to put that in there, but there's no KYC, like there's no reporting at the end of the year. And then the nice thing is how it works is if you want to add funds to that card, you literally hit fund my crypto, fund with crypto. You say what crypto you want. It gives you the QR code or it gives you the address and you just send it right to it. It confirms it and now you have it on your account. It's awesome.
I think that's a really cool idea. My concern long term, how long can they get away with this? Like if I want to go buy a house, they're going to want their money. They're going to be pissed when they find out I just sent it to this card. So I think for me, I would send it and have to buy it. Not like
yeah,
leave
yeah,
my
yeah,
money on
yeah.
it.
So I've tried. Yeah. So this is, remember, this is almost like it's a debit card, meaning you can't spend more than what's on it. So like,
Okay.
for example, I sent Bitcoin to it and not waiting for it to confirm. And then I went to a site and tried to spend it and it said it was declined. And I'm like, what the hell? Well, I looked and you could see right on their page, it says like, like waiting confirmation. As soon as that confirmation went through, I then went back to that site, spent it, bam, it went through. So it is truly a debit card. Like you can only spend what's on it versus like a credit card where like they're billing to someone. No, this is a crypto debit card is what it is.
Cool idea.
Yeah,
cool idea.
I think it's a great idea. 100%. But it goes back to the conversation of like this card is just a middleman between full adoption and where we are today. Because in full adoption, that site would just ask me, like Amazon would just ask me for my Bitcoin wallet. Like, dude, the day Amazon accepts straight Bitcoin, oh man, that'd be awesome.
Absolutely. That's what we need. That's what we need. Like, this is a cool step for sure. I think it's really interesting, and I'm actually gonna sign up for that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, there are fees. There are fees with it. Like
Fair
when
enough.
when you fund with crypto and you put the amount in, it shows you a full breakdown. Like I'd share my screen, but there's too much info on here. But when you go in there, there's no fees like monthly or like anything like that. It's all to fund it. Every time you fund it with crypto, they take a tiny bit off of that. Yeah,
that's really cool. Oh man, my biggest problem with crypto has always been how do I get it into USD? That's always been the worst for me.
Well, and I guess the question is for me is like, what are you doing with those funds then that it has to be a US dollar? Because for me, I think it's a little bit different. Like I'm not rushing to get my crypto to fiat. For me, a lot of my bigger purchases have been with crypto. Yeah. Like, and I keep it in that crypto form.
So
what are you buying with
it? One day I want to buy like a mansion. That's my lifetime goal. Like with I think I told you this, with like a lion well out front shooting out water when you first come in with these massive
I thought
gates.
you were just going to be sitting there petting a lion, you know?
No, like a lion well, and you open the gates when you drive up to my mansion, and maybe I'll have like a guy at the front, whatever. I want that long term. So I'll
be the tall guy at the front that's like, "Oh, you're here to see Mr. DJ Minds? Do you have an appointment?" No. Okay, sorry. That'll be me.
And I would obviously love to pay in crypto one day. That'd be cool.
Sure.
We'll see. Rapid mining. Hello.
I think you will be. I think you will be able to.
I hope so, man.
I think think of it. When the ETFs go through, it's not when, it's if.
Yeah.
I honestly think they're going to kick this down the can for the next minute. No, I don't think if. I think it's when.
Okay.
So I truly feel that it will be, honestly, the next administration. I literally think the current administration will find every loophole, every opportunity to kick this ETF opportunity just down the road. Like they will, honestly. Or they're going to approve it and then try to take credit. Like the SEC is going to approve it. And it's going to be like, look what Biden did. Crypto adoption.
We love you on this channel. Thank you much, sir, for what you do. We highly respect. He
won't remember this. He won't remember this tomorrow. Shut up.
We highly respect you. Thank you, everyone in chat. Loves you.
But no, I do think like truly that it's all about adoption, and we're getting there more and more. I mean, think back when like we first started getting into mining. Well, at least I did. Like the last bull run, Dogecoin was buzzing. That was like Elon Musk, Doge going through the roof. Crypto was so far out there, right? Anybody you talk to today at least knows of crypto or knows of Bitcoin. Like even a grandparent or someone of that elderly age to mention Bitcoin, they're like, oh yeah, I know what that is, but they can't really tell you, but they've heard of it. I've seen it on the news, like that type of deal.
I tried convincing my father, but my dad, I get it. He's older. He's in his 50s. He's all about the safe money, the safe play.
They're following that traditional finance where it's like, all right, as you get older, slowly get that moved into cash versus out of, more conservative. Yep. I get
Save for retirement, Social Security. You got to plan for when you're 90.
Yo, fuck retirement. All right. I'm not retiring.
Yeah.
I'm going to work till I die. Let's be honest here.
Let's do it, man. I can't. I think by the time we're old, I'm just going to have my robot clean my ass and do everything for me. That is my lifeline goal. I've always
You ever
said
see
that.
the movie? You ever see the movie Wall-E?
I
With, like
have
those
not.
big fat people on the chairs.
I have
So
not.
in the future, they're like these people on these ships, and they're everything is so automated for them. They're just fat, riding around on these hoverboard chairs, and they're completely out of touch with reality because everything's taken care of for them. That's exactly what I think.
That's what I
of.
want,
Like,
bro. I
that's
can't
exactly what I
wait,
think of.
bro.
We're
Like,
having
I'm
fun.
so excited. That's why I'm so passionate about artificial intelligence and just pushing it forward. And like, I just cannot wait until I can go into the metaverse and just cannot tell the difference between real life and the video game. You know what I mean? Like, I want to fly through the sky, through outer space, fly around Jupiter's cloud. But I want to feel it, not like this stupid headset. And I feel like I'm wearing a headset. I want to actually be flying. I want to freaking turn into Goku from Dragon Ball Z, or maybe go into a Star Wars battle. You know what I mean? And like experience what it's like to fight Darth Vader. Oh, that link.
I just put a link in our chat here. You can scroll down and see these fat people on these chairs. Like that's exactly, so you have an idea as to what I'm talking about. Like that's exactly what this is. It's like
I'm excited, bro. Like I'm excited for that. I cannot wait because I've had this argument with
you're
Hawk.
excited to be fat, overweight, and have someone else wipe your ass. Is what you're saying,
Dude, I'm so because here's the thing. Me and Hawk have debated about this. I'll try to give you guys the TLDR. We've
Yeah, please
debated
do.
for like 5 hours one time, maybe 4 hours. And he's like, there's nothing like the real thing. There's nothing like real life. I'm like, I don't think you understand what I'm telling you. In the metaverse that I'm imagining, it'll be like Sword Art Online. You can't tell the difference between real life and fake. So if you want to be boring, right? If you want to walk down the road, you can literally do that in that metaverse. You could do anything that you could do in this world. Plus, you could also do all the amazing, crazy things that you could think of in addition to. So instead of, you could go to work from 9 to 5 if you really, that's what you want to do. Or you could have an intergalactic space war.
You think we have an obesity issue in 2023? Can you imagine then? People are just gonna be blobs. There's gonna be blobs. Oh my god!
The robots will take care of me, bro. They'll figure out a pill where you can stay healthy, bro.
Oh yeah, I get it. I mean, it's lots of things to look forward to, absolutely. But yeah, we'll see. We gotta get through this AI, this AI thing here, because we as humanity, we ban what we fear. So the challenge is, as this AI advances, it will be impulsively, for Congress to ban such things because they fear it or they can't control it. So it's like, man, I think Hawk has talked about this significantly, where he's like, crypto is going to jump out of their crosshairs the second AI shows the opportunity to replace or to be more profitable.
Man, where's Hawk? I'm trying to wait for him. Is he coming or not?
Dude, I messaged DJ. I jumped on like, yo, you doing call-ins? He's like, yep, absolutely. I'm in like 2 minutes.
Hell yeah.
That's how you roll. Hawk can't do that,
Yeah, and take care of the kid.
I get you.
Tomorrow,
100%. Okay.
I am driving down to.
Okay.
I don't want to say in case somebody doesn't know where I am. I'm gonna
Okay.
go down to this garage sale. Super excited. I've actually been getting back into comic books. The reason I'm.
Yeah.
The reason I'm getting back into comic books, dude, I looked at the prices, and they're so cheap, so dirt cheap. Just like how stocks.
So you're looking at it as another asset. Buy into
Absolutely.
it now and sell it later.
I
Okay.
sold my entire comic book collection in 2021. So glad I did, because I saw, just like with stocks and shit, I was like, oh, dude, everything was inflated, bro. Like I bought comics. So 2021, I bought some comics in like 2015, 2017 for, let's call it 3K. The first Avengers, sold that baby for 11,000. I sold.
Wow, good for you, brother.
Dude, I sold my whole collection for like 30,000.
I don't have anything like that. I have nothing like that. That's like a collectible or rarity or anything like that.
So
That's
fun,
awesome.
dude. It's so fun, dude. I had like so many Spider-Man keys, all types of like high keys, sold them all. And now, about a week ago, I started looking at the prices. I was like, yo, and I looked at the charts because It sounds crazy, but all these hobbies have charts just the same way as crypto and stocks,
Wow.
right? Dude, it was like, this is 2021. We're in the gutter. It's down like 70, 80%. I was like, oh,
Great
I get
time
back.
to buy.
Yes. So now I'm going to go look at this garage sale, and the guy has like 3,000 comic books. I'm going to look through them. And then there's a Comic-Con
awesome.
going on. That one's always more expensive. So I'm going to go look for some jewels. It's only an hour away. Probably hang out with the kiddo. And
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
there's a lot of like, I'm not saying trading cards will come back, but they always could. If people are into trading cards, this might be a good time to look into like a Michael Jordan rookie card if that's what you like. There's a lot of like markets.
Interesting.
Yeah, because it doesn't just affect crypto. It's not just affecting stocks. It's like all these markets. Magic the Gathering's down. Like whatever you're into, it's probably down. And if you believe in it and you're interested in it,
That's awesome.
it's a good time to buy.
Ugh. I just think about it. Like I'm listening to you and I'm like, I just spent so much money recently. Like I'm listening to you about like ways to like, get in on these things. And I'm like, man, like I bought another shed, as I talked about.
Congrats.
It's a 12x8 shed. I had to pay for the property to get leveled, a retaining wall to get built. I bought the L7 off of King. I bought an actual setup for here behind me. It's called like a hutch. It's a custom built hutch. So this whole wall is going to be one giant piece of furniture here with like a workbench and all this cabinet stuff. It's going to be sick. So I actually have outlets on the wall behind me and I have Ethernet ports. So the workbench is going to be at that height and it's actually like a stained butcher block. And then the whole wall above me is going to be like that YouTube look, all the different shelves. Yeah. And I'm going to wire LEDs into it. And it's getting fully custom made. Like the company I hired to do it, I've bought stuff from before. But I'm like, hearing you talk about like, getting in on comic books and like getting in early to make money. And I'm like, dude, what am I doing? I just spent so much money recently. Like, what the fuck?
Dude, like I've said before.
I probably spent 10 grand in the last like 2 weeks.
Good.
It's just like, what am I doing?
Wait, no, that's not making you money though. But that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I told you, my brain is like this. Does this make me money or not? That's how I see life, bro. Literally, make money or not. If the answer is no, I don't do it. But if the answer is no, I make exceptions for my kids.
The second shed I had to buy because I told my wife 3 years ago I was going to put a shed there, and instead I bought more mining stuff. So it's like, all right, I'm doing it.
This shirt you gave me. Every time I'm on any video or any stream or go outside, it was a free shirt or free something.
Way to go. Way to go. Yeah, that shirt project I completely canned. Like the site's out there and the shirts are still for sale, but they didn't make any, like there's barely any money made on those, which was such a shame because of the fact of like they're really cool, but it's the wrong time to launch that store.
Bull run.
Like that store in a bull run when GPU mining is so lucrative that everybody and their brother is plugging them in, great. But literally when GPU mining is like this big, it's like,
yeah,
no one's buying them. So it's out there, but I thought about just like blasting all the shirts out there, but I'm like, no, like I truly said every quarter the shirts will be decommissioned and gone forever. And they are. So I got to stick to that. So it's like, so yeah, a shame, but they're cool shirts, for those that liked them. And as you said, it's free.
It's free. Geek of All Trade says your mindset reminds me. I'm not that bad, but if I can save 15 cents on a cheaper water bottle brand, I'll do it. You know what I mean? Anything, dude. Sink water. That's all I bring to work. Sink water. I bring my bottle from home and I fill it up in the sink.
Have you ever seen what city pipes look like?
No, it's not city. We have like
okay. You have well?
No. At work we have like you ever seen it at the gym? You like put it and it like shoots.
Yeah.
It's like you fill up your bottles with that. I'm so cheap, bro. I'll use the same bottle for weeks, bro. I don't give a shit. Oh, Hawk.
Yeah.
Yo, what up?
Who invited this?
I gotta
Look
pee.
At this guy.
Entertain the people.
Gotta pee.
Entertain the people.
Where you been?
Bro, what a night, bro.
I got here like an hour and a half ago. Where you been?
He looks Middle Eastern today.
I look Middle Eastern.
That hair. It's that hair. It's a mess.
My hair? What's wrong with my hair, man?
Right now.
My hair's a mess. Yeah, bro.
What you got going on?
Nothing, man. What's going on? I told DJ I'd come on, bro. I know. I
stepped in. I'm gonna step out after he gets back here. Let you two play.
Gonna step out, huh? All right.
Let you two play house together. It's all right.
I thought it was a trio.
No, I don't do three ways, Sorry.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Hey, whatever floats your boat, man. No pressure.
No, it's all good. How's your week gone?
It's going good, man. How's yours?
It's awesome. It's been great. It's been great. I can't complain. Life's good. Things are going well. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I had a long night at the restaurant. Okay. My son, he's only 4 months, but he was awake the whole time. And I'm like, dude, this kid is not even going to sleep. And then we got in the car and he's wide awake. Right. I'm like, dude.
Okay, so is he a car kid or not a car kid? Like,
he's a car kid. He likes the car. Yeah, he likes the car.
Cool.
So like I get home and I'm trying to put him down. Like I maybe give him a bottle.
Yep.
Sit on the couch. I'm like,
Walk
30 minutes.
Rock him. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, 30 minutes. And he's like this. I'm just like, oh, man, come on, dude, go to sleep. So finally he started to fade. And I was like, all right, cool. And then
you guys have the carriers where you can hold him in your front and he sits in the carrier.
Yeah, I have something called tactical baby gear.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
So Mike, GPU Risers for as a baby gift, he bought me like this whole set.
Okay.
It was like the Kevlar.
So you can wear him on the front then.
I can wear him on the front. I have the backpack. I have the thigh holster for the bottles. and it's all ballistic. It's all ballistic material too. Yeah, and it doubles as a like a.
Yeah, I want a picture someday. Send me a picture.
I have it's over here.
And then I want to see. And then I want to see you have your sidearm right there too.
Bro.
It'd be like, all right. So that and like take a walk or like kids pass out so early with the motion, like just that up and down motion. I found is like beautiful for all three kids.
Bro, see, I'm all about this. Is probably the cop in me. And DJ's military. Maybe he'll understand. Like if there's like ever like an active shooter situation and I'm somewhere like out, I'm always armed. Right? I can actually turn the backpack. It actually will double over my head as a vest.
I've seen those. Those. Those are crazy.
And it's got ballistic material. Yeah, it's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. Yeah. It's all ballistic material.
It's a sleeve thing. You go like this.
Yeah, it's the backpack. The backpack like unclips back here, and you throw it over your head. And then what you do is you strap it up. And I have a thing that says police that sits in one of the pockets, and I just tap it on the front and go, bro. And that's it. Yeah,
you know what that reminds me of? When the world was ending. And they had like zombie, like what was it, 2012, I think, when the world was
when the dude, the people were thought the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, they were selling like zombie apocalypse pods to people. And I saw people on YouTube that bought them and were ready for like the end of the world. That's what that reminds me of.
So do you remember the guy that ate the dude's face in Miami? Oh, what's up, Mindsom 10?
Did you mean to join?
He's muted. He just like accidentally got
I wonder if he accidentally joined.
That's all.
Maybe.
Oh, he's back.
He says he's back.
Okay, nice.
Oh, sweet.
I'm back.
No, I didn't see this.
What up, bro?
Eating someone's face. We were talking all about crypto, and then Hawk joins, and it completely goes off the rails.
And it's just like it's just armor and guns.
Yeah, armor, guns, and apocalypse.
Yo, Hawk. The other day he DM'd me. He hit not one but 2 BCH blocks, dude.
I saw that.
That's like
actually I gotta claim it.
That was right before my live stream when you were live streaming, right?
Yeah. So actually, I didn't hit anything while I was streaming. I only hit one Raven, and I had like 9 packages going. So I bought in for like $260 in Bitcoin, and I made just over 600. So I cleared like 3 and change. And then it ended up being I hit another Raven right at the end, and it was almost 400.
No, BCH is like 1,200 per.
No, it was Team Silver. The Team Silver hit twice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
that's
sorry, I
really
didn't elaborate.
No, that's still
awesome.
Hell yeah, it was great.
You gonna quit while you're ahead this time?
No,
he's not.
I've been ahead. I've been ahead the whole time. That's the beautiful thing. I've been ahead the whole time. There was one night I lost like $500. I'm not gonna lie, and then. But I still was ahead because I won like 4,500. So if you do the math, I was there. And then last night brings me back to like where I was prior to that. So
that's crazy.
Yeah, I actually have to claim it right now. Actually, I completely forgot I had to claim it because it takes 8 hours to release. So
you better claim it before they steal it.
I ain't gonna steal it.
I'm gonna do a cheap package while we're talking. A $3.
Oh my God, we're gonna do it.
One. It's
$3. Get out of here.
$3. Let me tell you something. For the $3, you know, who is it? Crypto Bedell makes a good point. He's like, bro, every week I do the $3 one, and it's just $3, bro. Like, and he says
buying a lottery ticket.
It's buying a lottery. It is buying. Your odds are actually better than the lottery because the lottery is like 1 in a trillion. Okay, to hit a Bitcoin block, on that $3 one is like 1 in 58,000. I'll take the $3 Bitcoin one all day long. Your odds are better. I mean, hey, whatever. Call it what you want.
So that's, I'm looking.
It's the gold S.
That's gold S.
Yeah. Look at the odds. It's
1 in 55,929.
Okay, so last night it was 58,000. It changes.
I'm gonna buy one of all the cheap ones. That's $12. All right.
That's it, bro.
Not
$12.
sponsored,
Go
by
in.
the way. This is not sponsored. Just
No, it's not sponsored. No, nothing is sponsored. Although, hold on.
What is it? It's YouTube. You don't need to say that. But okay.
Although they were.
Oh, look at
that. They
did
give me a bunch of gear to give away. Some people hit me up for some stuff. I have some shirts and stuff. I'm gonna send out some cups and all kinds of cool stuff they gave me.
Actually,
I don't even know. Okay, I don't even know if I have a balance. Where do I find my balance on here?
Put your wallet.
Top there.
Let's see. I gotta do the 2-factor. Jesus.
Oh, I have a question.
Oh, I got plenty of money in here. I didn't realize I had any.
Panel members, feel free to tell me. Chat, feel free to tell me. NiceHash actually reached out. They said they're gonna have a new feature. They were like, "Do you want to show it on a live stream?" And
Nice.
I said I would be willing to do it, but you have to give the viewers stuff. So they said they'll give me 12 coupons. And I said, okay. So 12 people, 12 viewers can win something in addition. I said, okay, I'll do it in that situation. I don't know what the new feature is. They haven't told me. I haven't just said yes or no yet. Yeah.
All right, DJ. I'm going to be go against myself. What I just said.
He's gonna do it,
and I will do. I have not done this. I'm telling you right now, I have not done this since the video I did. I've only ever done this 4 times, and that was that video I did where I hit 2 blocks in that video. I haven't done it since. So that was what, a year or more ago. Let's see here. So I'm gonna do the packages that use. What was it? The 4 cheap ones, right? So gold S,
I did one of all the
S.
cheap ones. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be a cheap bastard too.
I don't buy the big one. I get scared, you know.
I get scared. In that video, I did the 2 100 ones. There were like 2 $100 ones.
Oh.
Those are the ones that were the way to go.
Has any representative from NiceHash ever come on any of y'all's channels?
No.
Yeah.
No, but see, all right, I'm having a problem now though. Hold on a second, because I sent 9,900 Raven coin that I won from like a previous time.
I got all 4.
Simple swap, and Simple Swap says they never got the deposit.
Oh.
Sometimes it'll end up kicking back, but it takes a while.
Raven's slow though, from my experience.
This was yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you should have it.
Yeah, I don't know. Simple Swap's pretty good though. If you send them an email, let them know what's going on.
Mine's some 10. I've had Andre come into the chat one time.
Andre, yeah.
Yeah, he's cool. He's just one of the boys though, man. He didn't come as like, you know, like
I've had Marco and Joe. Why do you ask?
Yeah.
I was just curious. I've got lots of questions about the statistics. I'm
all right. So,
like, for example, what percentage of this income goes towards paying the miners that are trying to solve these blocks and stuff like that?
So the way that I was to understand it was, I think they take like 5 to 10% depending on the amount. So, Andre explained it to me when we were at the first time I saw him. I met him at BTC Miami when they had it on the screen, and I asked about all this stuff. He says it really depends on the package, depends on the coin, what you're doing. Typically, the Bitcoin stuff, because you know what they try to do. It's not available in the United States, but easy mining in other countries, no matter what package you pick, it gets paid in Bitcoin. Well, that's not the case for us here in the States. We get paid in whatever we can't exchange it. Their exchange is not available here, so we have to. If you hit Raven blocks, you got to get it out in Raven coin. You can't switch it to BTC. So like you can't get paid out in BTC. So it really depends on how they do it. It's in their terms and their thing. You just have to like go read about it. It's there. They tell everybody everything. Like they take a percentage, and then it drives the demand for the
marketplace.
When people put their marketplace, right?
Yeah, like everything we're doing right now is helping on the marketplace side. And then on top, it's crazy because like us doing this right now, think of it like I'm Bitcoin mining right now with all my ASICs, right? Well, at the same time, I'm also now playing the other end of that. I'm the miner providing the actual hardware for this. And on the flip side, I'm paying for these packages. just like the people are bidding for them. So yeah, it's nuts. I mean, I think in the current, that was something I talked about with Marco regarding like, you know, on their pool, why is it 1 month I'm making X amount of Bitcoin, but then the next month it's slightly less? You know, why is that occurring? You know, because in traditional pools, you're thinking you're almost the same, and it's because of just that factor of demand. It all comes down to demand. With traditional pools, there's no demand factor. You're just mining and you're using that pool.
I just want access to all the data. I think about things like for example, I reached out to hashrate.no and asked them, have you ever used the data that you guys collect to potentially
I wish they would
markets?
test their overclock settings. Oh my gosh.
I'd like just access to the data. I think they probably have the ability to predict prices in some aspect, just based off
hashrate.no. How so? What are you thinking?
I bet there's some correlation between, obviously there's correlation between hash rate and price, but like, let's say for example, with NiceHash, if they know, okay, we're getting orders for this and we know that we're going to exchange it for Bitcoin, they can clearly see in advance, probably before other people, that this coin's price is about to tank because we're about to sell a bunch of it. Just stuff like that.
I mean, I can see the demand side of it, of like all of a sudden we're seeing a ton of demand for X amount of Bitcoin, or like Dogecoin mining, like script miners and stuff like that. I think there's some correlation there. I can see that.
Join the Discord. Check out the Twitter, and check out everybody on the panel.
September 0.009 BTC.
What would you guys say is going to be the best performing coin in the next bull run? No, we're not talking about like Bitcoin, Ethereum, but starting from today, that's going to get you the most money. Not saying you believe in the project or not. The biggest.
You're talking like top 500 coins, like proof of work coins, or
it could be top.
Open it
2,
up to anything.
Yeah, it could be top 2. I don't care.
It's something we haven't seen yet.
Oh, come on, give me something we've seen. Timmy wants to know.
Okay. I'm gonna say what. Can I say what I want it to be versus what I think?
No, what it'll be.
What it'll be.
It's hard to say, man.
I think there's a bunch of people that are going to claim Caspa, but I'm also the same guy that literally on my last stream said Caspa, I think, also go down to a cent again. For being overmined. But a lot of community members are like, no, there's no way it could go to a cent again. And I'm like, well, if we keep mining it to hell, I don't see why not. But I think there's a lot of people that have faith in Caspa, thinking Caspa is going to carry that train. I don't know about that. I mean, I think people want Caspa to be successful, but I don't know that it will be. Is it sad that it's hard to like pick one because like no one's doing anything that's going to like cause the world to break?
Whoa. That's not an answer, by the way.
I know. I'm not giving it. That's a political answer.
Just pick one.
Okay. All right. There's a few sleeping giants. And I could be wrong, but I really looked at I really looked into a lot of these projects. Cadena might have some significant price discovery. I mean, they're established, that they have stuff working on their chain. They have a product. They have a good layer too. I would say I'm bullish on Cadena, but there's one project that I'm keeping a weather eye on, and it's a lithium. I know it's crazy, but you don't hear much about it because those dudes, they put their head down and they're working on their project. And that's it. It's energy efficient. It's had some price discovery recently. I mean, my two biggest plays are going to be Lithium and Radiant. And DJ, you know how I feel. We went on this before, but I think just from a pure, forget what the project is doing, but for Radiant, forget what the project is doing. From a pure price discovery perspective, Radiant has so much room to grow.
So is that your pick?
So much room to grow.
Is Radiant going to be the number one?
I don't know, man. I mean, I really like Lithium, man. So if I'm going to say, because, Radiant, although it has a lot of room for potential price discovery, it could just dump and then it really doesn't serve a purpose after that, right? So I think Lithium, man. I think Lithium is gonna be a player. I think it's going to be a player. I think Caspa will be a player.
What is your fucking answer?
It's hard. It's an open-ended question. Lithium. I'll choose a lithium.
Okay.
I'll choose a lithium.
Oh man. Okay. So it's really hard for me to pick one also. Let's talk about 3 coins in particular that I think have a lot of potential. then I'll pick one. Okay.
We're all politicians. We're all
Yeah,
politicians.
you guys would be great politicians. Are you running or?
But it's so hard to say though. It's a hard question to answer. It's like you know, like I like different types of food. What's your favorite? Well, I like some from this
Pizza.
and I like some from that. Like, get the fuck out
All
of
right,
here.
all right.
Pizza.
Here's the rule: you can only say one word, and it has to be the name of one coin. Mine was Cadena. Hawk was Elysium. That's it. You can only give one. Go.
So we're talking about is from where it's at right now, and the highest percentage gain out of all of them.
Money. We want money. Timmy.
What's gonna make you
needs a
money?
Bugatti.
Money?
It's not going to
One.
be a popular opinion. I really want to split it between 2, but
Okay, give one.
Nexa.
Okay.
Really?
No.
Okay.
DJ, what's yours?
I've always said it, and I'm sticking to it. Dynex.
Dynex.
No,
Really?
I don't think
Okay.
so.
Yeah.
Dynex was
Okay,
my
cool.
second choice because of where it's at market cap wise,
Yep.
and it has the ability to have massive percentage gains. But I think everybody's sleeping on Nexa because, for one, the chart looks absolutely terrible. It almost seems like it's
Let me
just a
see.
staircase all the way down since April, and I feel like it doesn't make sense for it to go down that far. There's too strong of a team behind it. You look at Bitcoin Unlimited and you look at the recent developments that they've had. You can create a native token. Okay. And they talk a big game, like scalability is coming. It's just going to be the hardware that's behind it. So once we get a Bitstream, then we start moving towards ASICs. It has a ton of potential. I don't know what's going on with the price of it right now, but you know, as far as market cap is concerned, it's going to be extremely hard for Caspa to outperform percentage-wise compared to some of these others that are so small right now.
Yeah, because Caspa had its run up. Not saying it won't have more.
Nah, it'll have another run up. I think. Okay, look. So as far as charts go, okay, a lot of people, and this might not be a popular opinion either. You can't look at a chart of a cryptocurrency, compare it, and use the same metrics you use to analyze a stock. They're two different. A lot of people are taking knowledge that they learned from day trading and currency trading and applying it to those metrics on those charts and putting it to crypto. And it doesn't work that way. Crypto is a different animal. Okay, it trades differently. The volumes are astronomically larger than a lot of stocks, and for some shit coins trade higher. Some shit coins volumes are higher. Some of the biggest stocks in our country. So you can't use the same metrics for trading stocks and all that stuff that you do in crypto. So the charts and mine's some 10. All respect, bro. I respectfully disagree because you just can't. You can't do that. It just doesn't work that way. It's never worked. Anybody who's read a chart on crypto has never been right. Never been right. The only chart in crypto that's been consistent is Bitcoin's with its halving and moving forward over the years. That's the only one. And that's the only time you can really analyze it because stocks don't have halvings. They don't have rewards reductions. They don't have, there's a million things. So the metrics you use for charts on stocks cannot be used in crypto. It's impossible. It's complete bullshit. And it's not. So you can look at the chart. The charts don't mean dick. You can really look at a chart and go, oh yeah, it's down. Okay, cool. And all of a sudden you wake up tomorrow and it's up 40%. Had nothing to, the chart never signaled it because the volume was this or this was that. Crypto is a complete, like
shit show.
It's a different
Shit
animal.
show.
Yeah, you can say it's a shit show. It's
really
a shit
is.
show. Like there's nothing consistent with it. There's only a few that have been consistent with what's going on. Like you got BTC, maybe LTC, maybe some of the really older ones that can maybe show some consistency in their chart analysis. But with the chart metrics, the stuff for that was not designed for crypto. So you can't really look at it. Because look, tomorrow, hey, mine's some 10. Tomorrow you could text me and say, hey, bro, what the hell? The chart didn't show this. It's up 60%. What's driving it? Nothing. Could be nothing. Could be some guy with $100,000 that just buys it and shoots it the price up. With stocks, it's very different. It's a controlled market. So Crypto's not. So those metrics don't work. In my opinion, it's just my opinion.
I'm
just
confused.
my opinion.
Why do you think that I was talking about charts? my choice. Had
Because you
nothing to do with
mentioned
charts.
you mentioned charts on Nexa, and I just kind of came in on that a little bit. I don't think the
was saying
charts.
It's gone downhill since April. It's been nothing but down. It's like a staircase down.
Yeah,
I'm looking at their building. They produced a lot of good things. They have a very recognizable team. Their future is going towards ASICs. They're talking about 100,000 plus transactions per second.
Jesus.
They've got smart contracts already. I mean, everything's there. I don't understand why it's just been downhill since April. I'm just looking at market cap only, not charts at all. It's just it has a lot of potential if somebody finally starts to get what's going on there.
I think it's. Go ahead, DJ. Sorry.
I think you're not wrong, but you're not fully right. The reason I say that,
what an answer.
Everybody's got opinions. It's cool.
Because like actually you did end up mentioning Litecoin. I read Litecoin chart like it was fucking easy, like, and it was almost perfect to my price point. But that's also because it's established. It has a lot of data.
You have historical history.
Historical history.
Well,
it's been around a long time, right? So I think the same thing with stocks, right? If you look at your Teslas, your Apples, your Googles, these are established blue chip stocks, right? But then they also have the OTC market, over the counter, which isn't even regulated, which is like dog shit. That's what like I would put. No offense to Nexa, but like Nexa, Dynex, all these guys, they're just so brand new. They're in like this super small Clore AI. Like I love them, not saying I don't, but I'm just saying they're like in this super speculative market of its own inside of crypto. You know what I mean? So I think for those ones, the chart means jack shit. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. Charts. And I'm sorry, Monson. I didn't really mean it. I went on a little tangent there about the charts. I know that's not what you meant. I think Nexa
how dare
is.
You?
Yeah, how dare me? Sorry.
How dare you?
I think Nexa is. It's too diluted in my opinion. It's too many coins. I don't know. Hey, I could be wrong. What the hell do I know? I'm just saying, in my opinion.
So, I'm gonna jump in real quick and interrupt. What is your highest percent so far? Close to reward. What do you guys got? Best one.
Highest percent.
Right now. Come on, NiceHash. You got me hooked into this, people. You better be helping me out.
77 on Bitcoin Cash.
Which one? Which tier is that? I don't know what tier that is.
These are all the dogs. I'm cheap, bro. $3 a pop.
I got silver. So is my best is silver S. I don't know which one that is.
That's the cheap
That's
one.
78%.
Yeah,
I went with the 4 cheap ones like you. I was like, let me pull a DJ Mines and go the cheap route.
Bro, you hit a fucking BCH.
Look at the chat. You got some people in chat playing along too.
Don't do
it's
it.
like, look at this. That's right.
You know what's funny?
This is your YouTube financial advice.
Random rant. I've seen people on Twitter and YouTube that are willing to use NiceHash for their ASICs. No problem, right? They never say anything bad about it. But they gave me and Hawk
and Panda
and Panda a hard time because we're renting hash rate. Because they're like, oh, you shouldn't promote renting hash rate. But they will give you the hash rate, and that's cool. So like think of it like this. That's like being mad at drug users for using it, which is in this case renting hash rate, but being the producer of the drug is okay. Think about that.
I know who you're talking about. And I watched his video several times, and it was in my opinion, it was contradictory. It's okay, like you said, it's okay for you to just put your ASICs on NiceHash and make a bunch of money, but then when the people like us, we don't have 10 ASICs, so we take the little bit of money that we make and we go on easy mining trying to get lucky. That drives your profitability. That's bullshit. And what sucks is that it's another content creator, man. Like it's another guy that I was like, up until recently, I thought I was cool with. And then you put me, you, and Panda on a video, and I don't know, man. People always got something to say about NiceHash, man. Like,
we'll go to the next one. Out of respect for hobbyists and mindset, we can do this.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking.
What you got?
I don't know what you guys are talking about. So I'm like, all right, cool.
I'll tell you later.
Ethereum
I stay out of this stuff. All right. I don't.
Hey, I didn't start anything.
I don't
People
have
start
enough
with
time. I don't have enough time to keep up with the drama side of the world. I'm like, I got too much stuff to do.
And people, listen, I'm with you. I'm with you. People start with me. Like,
Not wrong. Not wrong.
they started
I love it.
and I got.
Oh,
nothing.
so complete side note. Did you guys see the what was that show I was telling you guys about last night that I saw that's coming out? It's like the Shark Tank of crypto
Oh,
projects.
the whale,
I
killer
saw
whales.
that. Yeah, I saw
Yeah, it looks
with
pretty
Wendy,
cool.
with Wendy, right?
I'll watch it. I'm interested.
I'm
You know,
definitely
it's
gonna
cool.
watch
Let's
it.
check out that
I'm
avenue.
definitely gonna watch
What
it.
platform is it going to be on? Like, did they say what platform it's going to play on?
If it's the same one with George from
George?
Cryptos Are Us, it's going to be on some like a very obscure
Local
local type
Killer
over-the-air
Whales.
station. I don't remember what the network was called, but
Crypto
I think
show.
it's kind of like a public network, but I don't remember.
Hello.1. Here, I'll put the URL in
Yeah,
chat. This is
yeah.
the killer. This is the Killer Whales one.
Does it have
I don't know that.
copyright music?
No, it's just, I didn't play the video. I mean, it may. I don't know, but this is just the website.
That's Altcoin Daily
the
too,
website.
right? Why is
Yeah,
it
we'll
look
scroll-
so fucking
bring
big?
Bring it up. Bring it
Holy
up. On,
shit.
show it on screen for people to see it on screen, and then you can scroll down. It says "Meet the Whales."
Their faces are like all out of.
Yeah, that looks like some bad editing.
Co-produced
that
by
looks
Hello
like.
Labs and CoinMarketCap.
They
Killer
took those
Whales
pictures
is
individually,
Web3's
and then
answer
they
to Shark
tried to
Tank,
superimpose
a
them.
TV show.
So they
I
don't
mean, the
kinda, like,
production
fit
value
together.
looks awesome.
Yeah. Are you showing people on stream right now?
I am. I just mute it because it might be what's it called?
Oh, I can't. Oh, weird. Okay.
What's funny
I
is
don't
almost
see it,
all of these projects are going
Oh, I
to do
see.
well just because they're getting the publicity. I hope they get some decent projects on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be cool, man. I like this kind of stuff. You know, I watch stuff for entertainment 99% of the time. You know, so I'm all about it, man. Maybe it'll be boring, but hey, you never know. Maybe cool. Maybe they'll be grilling.
I love these people. I don't know, this Fluxatron. Finally, you're shilling hello. I'm like, wait, I'm shilling it because I'm talking about a crypto show? Dude, people drive me nuts.
No, to be fair, before you came on, he's been asking me to talk about hello. I didn't even know what that meant, but now I guess I get it.
I don't even know what it means either. I just see it at the top of this website.
It's like, no, hobbyist, you're not allowed
This
to
is
be a
a bunch
regular
of bullshit.
person, bro.
I know,
You're
right?
not allowed to enjoy
No, it's okay.
things.
I got a guy that literally commented on my video today and was like, I'm sorry, but I'm going to need to unsubscribe because I came to this channel when you were talking about like physically building things and building rigs and building things. And you just went and bought this crypto shed and, you know, you're not doing anything. And I'll be like, dude, I wanted to respond back and be like, I spent the last 3 months building this ASIC shed. And you're telling me that I'm not spending the hard time to build something. I want to be like, kiss my ass, dude. Like,
You know what I'm gonna dress
get
up for
out.
Halloween as?
What?
I'm gonna dress up in a giant
troll.
keyboard. Okay.
Oh,
know,
that's
right?
good.
And I'm gonna grab a sword and a shield.
Yeah, that's
All right, I'm gonna walk
Keyboard
around.
warrior.
That's it. That's what I'm gonna be for
Yeah.
Halloween. It's so
Yeah.
easy
Well,
for people.
But the way I responded was the best way to respond to people like that. And I said, I'm sorry to hear my content isn't what you're looking for. There's a bunch of awesome crypto content creators out there. I hope you find the person you're looking for.
That's really nice of you, man. You know what I used to do
Because
on
you know
Twitch?
what? Yeah. Just
When
Yeah.
on Twitch, when people used to do that to me when I was a Twitch streamer, I would ban them, right? And then I would show my follower count, and so I would lose one from them, and we'd wait, and I'd get 2 more, and I go, "Oh, you just got replaced."
Yeah,
like,
that's
like,
right.
oh my god, I'm
Bye.
so fucking sad, dude. I lost a
Yeah.
troll. Like,
Yep.
yeah.
I've learned not to respond when I read it because if I respond immediately, I'll stew on it for a couple of hours after I've responded and think about how I responded incorrectly. So I typically wait for about 2 hours when I've had enough time to think about it to respond in a way that's positive, but also gets my point across.
You know, I wish more people in our community would comment more on videos, because the issue is like the trolls are the ones that most comment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The people
Oh, yeah.
that you don't want to comment on content are the ones that content the most. Like they comment the most, and it's like, oh my god, because they'll spend the time to say the stupid shit they say. It's like, oh,
I've
gotta be kidding
been
me.
pretty fortunate that most people have remained very positive in the comments on all of my videos. Every once in a while you get a bad one, but you know, it's funny, in most industries, like let's say for instance, if you're a customer and you have a terrible experience, you'll tell 10 people. But if you have a positive experience, you might tell one person.
Yep.
Yeah.
100%. It's a great way to look at it. Yeah.
Oh,
which is such a shame.
That
Such
range
a
true.
shame.
100%. That range true.
It's true with the comment section too, right? Like, I mean, I don't have this problem anymore, but like on my first YouTube channel, I would read 10 nice comments and you're like, oh, that's nice. And then that bad one sticks with you. You know what I mean? Not like that anymore, but definitely like when I was new to the internet, I would just think about that little dickhead. But all the nice ones that, oh, you're my favorite YouTuber. I love you so much. You don't even think about those, you know? I think we've
got some really, really awesome, dedicated people in the community, man. Shout out to all of you guys that are still here. And I see the same people in every stream. I love each and every single one of you guys. Y'all are, you know, whether you've got positive or negative things to say, you're still here supporting us, man. And that means so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you say that, but then when I read some of those comments, I just wish I see them in real life. I can just pick up my keyboard and just smash the hell across the face, you know?
When I feel that way about anybody, I try to remind myself that there's a really, really good chance that if I walked a mile in their shoes, I would have the exact same perspective. So
that's nice of you, man. That's nice.
Yeah.
Way to go. All right. I'm still at 78. I want a refund.
Yeah, 78. I'm as high as 77 still.
I mean, you know, you're not going to please everybody. You know what I mean? And you got to watch because some people are just, not all people, but some people are just flat out jealous. And I don't know what of, to be honest with you, because everybody has, if I can do this, anybody can do it. Like, I don't know like what it's about, honestly. And it really reigns true. Some people are just miserable, man. And you can't satisfy everybody. So it's like, I deal with this in customer service a lot, right? Somebody will walk in the restaurant, right? And maybe a lady or a guy, and just, you can tell from the moment they walk in, something negative, right? You just feel it. This person's having a bad day. And it's happened a couple times where like I walk up to a guy and I say, "Hey man, welcome to, you know, the restaurant and everyone. My name is Mike. How can I help you?" And he's like, "Oh, he goes, what this one guy went, he goes, oh, why would I be not welcomed here?" Or something like that. He said, I swear to God.
Instantly
Now,
negative.
I said to him, I took it. Now, you guys know me. So I took a deep breath and I went, okay. I said to him, now, let me ask you a question. If I was an asshole and I said, I didn't say anything to you, you probably would have had the same response. So I pulled him aside. I said, did you have a bad day? Do you want to talk about it? I said, because I've been in your shoes before. I literally said this to this guy. And I said, if you're having a bad day, I understand. And I'm going to write that off as maybe you're just not having a good day today. And he actually looked at me, he shook my hand, and he went, "I'm sorry, man. I'm fighting with the wife and all this other shit. My bad, bro. I ain't even really." And most times it's like that. Some people are just fucking miserable and there's nothing you can do to save them.
Yeah,
Most people.
And I get that. Yeah.
I have bad days all the time. I walk in, I'm in a bad fucking mood. Like, it happens. You know what I mean? But I've been in enough situations in my life as a police officer where de-escalation wins the battle almost 100% of the time, right? So sometimes we're men, right? So the first time someone snaps at you, you're like, you ain't gonna be no punk. And he's like, "What's up, bro? You got, you ever got punched in the face for talking shit?" Like, no, you want to say that.
Today's the day.
Yeah, but you shouldn't say that because that's just going to be like fighting fire with fire. So
Sure.
I think, trying to de-escalate a little bit. And if they're still assholes after that, then you can put their head through the fucking window. That's how I feel. But figuratively speaking.
Random thought. I can't think of one instance in my life where like I was upset, or I mean, I've been upset, but like taking it out on a random person. I can't even imagine.
I think you probably didn't realize you did it. And a lot of people don't realize they did it.
Valid.
Because that's the whole idea.
Valid.
You have a bad day, maybe you argue with the wife, or maybe, your lieutenant above you got pissed off and said something to you that you shouldn't have said, or whatever, right? And you're just in a bad mood and you don't intend to go out there and offend anybody, but you do. And It happens all the time. It happens all the time. I had one dude was walking into Starbucks. I go to Starbucks a lot.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah,
I saw
you
it on
think
yesterday's
you
stream
and
too.
you and Mining King, you might as well hook up an IV.
I know,
You
right?
too.
So
Yeah.
I walked in once. I'll never forget this, and I'm clearly behind the guy, and he doesn't like like when you open the door, you like hold it for just hey man, like it's cool, right? This guy didn't do that. Door like midway like hit me a little bit, and I was like, all right. I just kept quiet, didn't say anything,
Sure.
right?
Happens, unfortunately.
And I don't think maybe you've been on the phone or something. He didn't intend to do that. You know what I mean? He's just minding his business and walking away. Picking and choosing your battles too. Don't get me wrong. There's been a couple times I've intervened when I've seen other people get into shit, and I shouldn't do that either. But one time I was out somewhere to eat, and this other guy was just being a prick to the waitress. She messed up on something, and I'm in the restaurant business, like I get it. And
I can
he's intimidating her, like because she's smaller, he's a bigger guy, and he's at a table, they're talking, she's scared, and I'm sitting there with my cousin, and I'm sitting there going. So I look at him, I said, she walked away. I said, hey man, like why don't you just? I understand like you're frustrated and stuff. I said, I've worked in the restaurant business. Why don't you just chill out, man? Like it's not worth it. Like just fuck you, man. Who the fuck are you? And I said, okay. I said we have two options here. One, I can put your head in the glass on the table and squeeze it in there if you want. I said, or two, you could be a gentleman and just understand that she's just trying to make money. So what do you want to do? And two things could have happened. One, we could have gotten to a brawl because he was bigger than me. Or two, he would have understood and said, hey man, my bad. Mm-hmm. He chose the latter. Mm-hmm. I don't like assholes. I don't like bullies. I don't like assholes. But I get it sometimes. I get it. I've done it, dude. I've done it. So I don't know. Whatever.
Who cares? I want money. Tell Timmy how to make money mining. Mine some.
Big Jack says, Hawk, do you work in the front of the house or back of the house? I work both, actually. Mainly front of the house.
He makes my pizza.
I want money. How do I make money? Mine some 10. All right. Question for all of you. I got $10,000. My name is Timmy. And I want to either mine or buy. What am I doing? How do I get rich? I want a Bugatti.
Why you gotta say it like that? Why you gotta put a little spin on the word?
How do you say it? How did you say it?
Bugatti.
What?
That's how Andrew Tate says it in all the videos, so it's kind of funny.
All right, mine some 10. Go first. 10 grand. What do you do with it?
First thing I do is
100% financial advice. By the way, I'm just putting it out there, chat. 100%.
10,000. What do you do?
When you take your financial advice from a bunch of idiots on YouTube, you deserve to lose your money.
Hey,
all right, what do you got,
hey, it's Mr. Idiot to you. Okay.
All right, mine some 10. 10 grand. Go.
10 grand. The first thing I'm going to do is secure cheap power.
Okay.
How do we do that?
Well, it
How you
depends
do
on
that
your
with 10 grand?
circumstances.
You buying cheap power? Like, come on, 10 grand.
It depends on your circumstances. My circumstances are much different than everybody else's. I have the land, I have the shop, I have a power company that'll work with me.
You couldn't afford any of that though if you only got 10 G's.
You only got 10 grand.
I told you I spent $3 grand on solar. It cut my electricity costs in half.
We don't have a house. We're broke.
Go buy a house with that 10 grand. There you go.
All right.
I mean,
you want to know crypto investment. You want to know mining strategy.
Yeah, I think Biden's
Or
hiring a
buying.
press secretary. You want to sign up? The way you're going? Come on now.
Oh my God.
You can buy.
God, please
You can buy
don't
or
ever
you can
compare me to
mine.
her.
You can buy or you can mine.
So I like what Hobbyist said earlier when it comes to diversification. I would probably split that pretty evenly amongst ASICs, CPU, GPU, and maybe something a little bit more speculative. Like for example, I have a Hive mapper. Now you're not going to go buy $3 grand worth of Hive mappers, but there are some things out there that you could potentially look into.
I have an affiliate.
I'm personally, I think everybody who follows
mine.
my channel and Hawk's channel knows that we're very much into building rigs for proof of useful work. And what that means right now is renting hardware. So that's what I'm kind of focused on right now. But, you know, I do recommend that anybody who's wanting to do that has existing hardware, figure out a ways to utilize what you currently have and spend as little as possible trying to transition for that. So, for example, if you've got a mixed rig with, you know, 3070s, 3060 Ti's, 3070 Ti's, 3080s, whatever, try to separate those to where you have your 3060s in one rig, your 3070s in another rig, and then you start to get some options when it comes to being prepared for renting hardware on Vast or Clore, or perhaps proof of use will work when Flux finally releases that.
Okay. What about you guys? 10 G's.
Hawk, you can go first.
10,000.
I need a Bugatti now. You can't be buying Bitcoin. We need something speculative.
10,000, the way that it moves, I wait for Caspa to dip probably like right around under 4 cents. 10,000, let it pump it back up again. Make a quick 20-30% on the money, flip it, do it again. Go that way. Probably that's probably what if I had 10,000 just sitting around doing nothing, I probably would do that. 10,000 in Caspa. Probably. It's been fluctuating. Dynex too, actually back up a second. Dynex actually might even be a high. This is what these traders do, right? They take 10,000 or 5,000. They buy the dip on these coins, and like they watch the flow, right? So we've seen Dynex go as high as $1, right? And then we've seen
$1.30,
it dip,
I think. Yeah.
Right, and then we've seen it dip like, I don't know what, 50, 60 cents. Like if you buy in at 60 cents and it goes up to $1 and you make, 40 cents on the dollar, that's a lot of money, G. That's like $4,000 or $5,000 you're gonna make on 10. Go buy that, or staying ahead of the curve is hard. I don't. $10,000, man. I mean, it's a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money to make a difference. It's like in the medium range. It's like, I could do a lot, and it's cool. Thanks for 10 grand, but I can't really buy a Bugatti with anything with 10,000 unless you get extremely lucky. Like, there's not much you can do with 100,000. Then it's a little bit different. If we're buying 100,000, I just would buy Bitcoin and just wait till next year. Wait for the Bitcoin price to double, sell it. Do what you do, and that's it.
All right.
Like, Flux is probably a good price. Flux is probably really good to do that now with. You got to watch. That's how these guys make money, man. They buy these dips and they know these coins are going to go up again, man. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. That's how these guys make fucking money. It's crazy. I don't know. 10,000. 10,000 is not enough though. It's not enough. 10,000 don't give you shit, bro. It's 2 months of bills. Doesn't do nothing. Like it's not. It doesn't do shit.
After we get hobbyist answer, I want you guys to pull up the psychology chart. It shows you the euphoria and then the lull and then the depression, all that stuff. And I want you guys to tell me where you think we're at in that part of the cycle.
Link it right here in our StreamYard.
I would say end of the lull.
Ow.
So
I think for me with 10 grand, I wouldn't buy any mining hardware because you're not going to see that return for forever. Regarding, like, are you going to make that money back or anything like that? You could buy all that hardware today, but when are you going to start to be? When's that going to be super fruitful for you? I think what I would probably do if I came in, no experience, whatever, 10 grand, I would take it and break it up into $500 increments, give me 20 different positions, and then I'd be like 500 into like Clore AI or 500 into Nur AI or Caspa or Octaspace. Then you have a $10,000 portfolio of a variety of different altcoins, and you need one of them to balloon in the next bull run, just one, and then you're in a really good place. That's the avenue that I would go. You could keep an eye on it and take your profits with those and things like that, but that's the avenue that I would go. I wouldn't buy any hardware because a year from now you don't know where that's going to be. I mean, you could say that about that too, but yeah, I think that's the way you take it. You take it as an investor and not as a miner, I think is the best way to go.
I'm gonna agree with that as well, because I don't think 10,000 is that much money. And one thing I think a lot of people don't consider is, like, once you buy a bunch of GPUs, let's say $10,000 worth, that's a decent bit of GPUs, or even some ASICs, you actually take on a bill, kind of like a phone bill, an expense, right? Every month. So it almost almost like a liability in a way, because now, just like your internet bill, just like your cell phone bill, I got to pay into this. So I would have to also, I'd only be able to spend like 8,000, because then I'd have to save 2,000 for the electric. So I'm in the hole even more. So yeah, I think if the goal is Bugatti, for sure, I would probably do what a hobbyist said. I'd put like maybe
you want to keep your operating expenses as low as possible. You have no operating expenses with buying crypto.
Yeah,
like you have no monthly expenses from that.
All right, so Mindsum wanted us to see this. I've seen this before. Where are
What
we
is
in the
this here?
cycle? I
Let's
don't know
see.
if you guys can see this. Might be
This is that like part of that greed fear index thing and understanding the psychology of the market and people. It really comes down to people, man. It's all people. It's all people stuff. Like, and it, you know, if you can understand the nature of a thing, you can know what it's capable of, and you'll know that in certain markets, in certain conditions, in certain times, things will be. People
I
will
think
act
we've
different.
gone through this entire cycle. I think we've gone through disbelief, and I think we're literally back at hope. I think over the last year plus, I would say there's been different opportunities when we are at the thrill. You know what I mean? Oh God, look where Bitcoin's at. It's at X, and we're all excited and we're hyped, and then it's come down and they're panicking again. I honestly think we've been through this already. Like, I think we're back to the hope cycle right now. And we're hoping, but the next one's going to be the bull run. That's where I think it is.
I'm assuming
Yeah.
by looking at this that this right side here, I don't know if you guys can see my mouse. I'm assuming this carries on back over to here where you're talking about.
Yeah,
hope.
because you can see
Yeah.
you can see disbelief on the other
So
side.
I'm gonna say I don't think we're quite at hope. I think we're more in like this disbelief stage down here. I think
I would say the tail end of disbelief.
maybe one
Do you
more
think?
panic.
Do you
dip
think we've
and
been?
then hope.
Do you think we've been through it? Like, do you think we've been through this cycle over the
Yeah.
last year and a half? Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely. Maybe
I
down
think we
here
might be
somewhere.
getting into the hope. I think we're gonna get into hope a little bit. Probably like Q1, and then the halving's gonna happen, and then it's gonna go back more towards disbelief, and then it's gonna come up to that. It's gonna be that increase. I'm telling you, after the halving is gonna happen, price is gonna dip dramatically, and then it's gonna do like this pullback, like slingshot effect, right? So if this is the line, you pull back, this is a dip, and then you let
Like a
go,
tease.
and then it.
Yeah.
Hey
Right,
DJ,
then
can
it
you
goes
pull
up.
that back up? I'm
Oh,
gonna be
yeah.
the contrarian here.
All right, let's hear
Okay.
it, man.
All right, so when I see your cursor on it, I'm gonna tell you where to put it.
Oh, sounds dirty.
Are you guys watching like the stream? I don't see anything on the stream.
No, DJ does his a little different. It's on stream. It's not within StreamYard.
Yeah, I don't like
Okay,
that.
so right after anger, we get a little peak up.
Anger. Okay.
Keep going, keep going.
Where the hell's anger?
So you see the
Oh,
dip
yeah.
after anger, and then we
Mhm.
go up after that.
Yeah, depression.
Mhm.
Okay, so man, I wish I could. Okay, right there. I'm probably seconds behind where you're pointing here, but
Mhm.
there's a peak after anger, and then we go down again, and we make a lower low before we go to depression. Right? My opinion is we are not going to put in a lower low, but we'll get pretty close. And specifically, it's weird to try and say where we're at because most people are going to look at the price of Bitcoin. But if you look at the total crypto market cap and compare it to this chart instead, it follows much more closely. I think where we're at is we're coming down off of the pump after anger. I think we are going to come down again, but we're not going to put in a lower low.
Do you think hope is going when we come back around to hope is going to be the ETF approval?
Well, go ahead. Sorry.
I think that,
Or do you think that's more the thrill? Like,
I
like
think
where does that
having-
fall?
I think the halving is going to be pretty close to the next, we'll call it mid-cycle type of low here, like after the anger phase. I think right about the time of the halving is when we're going to hit the depression stage. I think that if we do get a spot Bitcoin ETF, that's going to be the catalyst to start sending us into hope.
See,
Okay.
if I may. Now, this is what I mean by, so we're looking at this metric, right? And this is supposed to understand the psychology. This is stock market. Okay? This is stock market psychology, which is not wrong, but this is stock market. Okay?
Psychology doesn't change, brother. It doesn't matter what
You're
asset
right.
class.
You're right. You're right. This follows the stock market, how people feel about the stock market. If the ETF gets approved tomorrow, okay, everything that we've read about this chart was completely wrong. If the ETF got approved tomorrow, if all the spot ETFs got approved tomorrow and Bitcoin pumped 30%, this chart don't mean dick. I'm just being honest. It's completely an unpredictable market. That's what I'm like. There's nothing there. The minute that CNBC says the government's approving the spot ETF, you're gonna skip three phases and you're gonna go straight to euphoria.
Sure.
Like overnight.
Because it doesn't. Because where we are now doesn't follow traditional market cycles.
Right. So,
okay.
or like you watch a business channel or whoever else says this, you're going to skip these phases. Now, this is what I'm hoping for. What I'm hoping for is that the ETF approval, okay, comes after the halving, not before.
Me too.
Because there's going to be a dip after the halving. If the ETF is approved, okay, then it's going to be a lot of that depression negative type of cycle there is going to dip after the halving, and then it's going to be a lot of negative press, and there's going to be a lot of people selling, right? And it's going to create this pressure on Bitcoin. The halving has to happen. Excuse me. Yeah, it's not going to help. The ETF's got to come after the halving. That would be the perfect scenario, because now its natural cycle is to go up, right? And then instead of, driving this Ferrari, okay, driving up a hill.
It's a Bugatti.
Okay,
Come on.
sorry.
Now.
Driving this
Right.
Bugatti going up a hill, you strap a rocket to the roof, okay? And then you're still going up that same hill, and it's going to go faster, and it's going to go higher, and it's going to last longer, right? That's what's going to be different, in my opinion. Yes, the psychology is, the bad news, buy the news. What does Max say? Sell the news. Buy the rumor, sell the news, right? So
Famous words of wisdom.
it
Hey,
is,
DJ,
but
pull up that link I just put in there for Trading View.
All right. We
Can't open this chart
layout for you.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Is it, do you have an account? Do you have an account with them? Are you signed in?
No.
I do. Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
I don't know.
Final
It's just
words, boys.
just opinions.
It's almost
Everybody's
midnight.
got their opinion.
I got to drive out to a flea market. I got to go comic book hunting. I'm about to find a gym and then flip
Right
it.
now?
No.
There you go.
The
Tomorrow.
I'm sorry. Yard sale opens at 9.
He's going to a yard. If you were here earlier, you would have learned that he's going to purchase
excuse
some
me.
comic books to flip and make money.
If they're good. If they're not good, well, then I'll just.
Listen, people got treasures in their house. They don't know what they are, man.
And
You going for like image comic books, or you going like old school Marvel?
I like Marvel more, man. I'll take DC. I don't like DC personally. I think DC is the lamest heroes ever. But
Get the fuck out,
dude,
DC's
DC
better
is
than
so
Marvel.
corny, bro.
Marvel's like the cheerleaders. Everybody's pretty and
No,
beautiful.
Marvel
so
comics. Marvel comics will
corny,
worth so
bro.
much more money.
They got the.
Oh, they are.
Well,
They are.
no, the old DC are worth more. But listen, DC has the lamest superpowers ever, bro. It's
Here we go.
So
Into this
corny,
discussion.
bro. The Flash runs quick.
Dude, I'm hyped. I saw the Aquaman trailer the other day. I was like, hell
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Aquaman
good.
is useless on the
Like,
ground. Great, like he's powerful if you're on a boat. Like
D-
he's
DC
fucking-
has
I think
always
the
been-
difference is DC is like here from like the, I don't want to say reality, but like the creativity, I guess you could say, on
What's up,
like
Patrick?
how far you can push superpowers, and then Marvel's like anything goes. Like I
Oh.
think that's why you're most interested.
All right, I'm gonna steal the show on this one. All right, stream's not ending anymore. All right, listen, listen. DC has the worst everything. Okay, except for the Joker, who's pretty cool.
I don't know.
They
I
got
don't
the
know,
worst
man.
villains. They got the worst superheroes. Listen, they got Wonder Woman. Who gives a shit about Wonder Woman? Okay.
I don't know.
Oh.
Superman-
Gail Gadot was just
Superman is
amazing.
one of the lamest things ever. He gets beat up by a human, a rich, spoiled brat. Batman's so
Ugh.
fucking lame. I don't even know how they give him all this clout and pretend that this regular ass human, he's a rich, spoiled kid. No, it's lame as hell, dude. The Flash runs real quick. Aquaman can't do shit on land. Who goes out into the ocean, honestly? Green Lantern, are you kidding me? So lame, dude.
Are you
So
gonna go
lame.
through the Marvel? Are you gonna go through
Oh,
the top
Marvel's
10 Marvel
incredible.
superheroes?
Wolverine?
Oh, come on.
Oh my God, with his what's it, the skeleton, the metal, infomorphic. I don't know the word.
You just rip him in half and he's done.
So
Just
cool,
Superman
bro.
just
With
rips him in half.
healing-
Next.
with healing
Come on
powers,
now.
the X-Men. Oh my God, incredible. Spider-Man, he's all right, I guess. Venom, they got the best villains though, dude. Venom.
I'll agree with you on Spider-Man. I wasn't a
Card-
Spider-Man fan.
Carnage. Oh man, no, the
DJ,
gauntlet.
DJ,
Yep.
don't sleep on anything Todd McFarlane.
I love Todd McFarlane.
So
Spawn.
Spawn, Pit, Youngbloods,
Those are
in
cool.
any of those things that you can find, especially if they're like issues 1 through 10, they're decently priced now. But when he's out of the picture and he can't control the creative rights of that stuff anymore, it's going to be like the next Disney takeover. The stories are amazing.
Ugh. Yeah.
I do love Spawn.
Oh man, the Christian. I've been a Batman fan for a long time, and I don't get me wrong, I'm a huge Marvel fan, but the Batman is just iconic, man. Like it's gone through generations. It's probably been through about 4 generations now. Like Batman's been around for a long time, and the best one, in my opinion, was the Christian Bale series. Like those were the best Batman movies, and they really were. Man, you had Christopher Nolan doing, all kinds of great stuff. Like you had Hans Zimmer do the music. The music was fantastic.
You're talking about movies?
I mean, yeah. I
They're
mean, what
the
are you talking? I
worst
mean,
movies ever. Superman versus
no, hell no,
Batman?
man. Michael
Shit is
Caine.
ass.
Michael Caine was the best Alfred ever, bro. That was the best.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
bro.
lie. I'm not gonna
Michael-
lie. So I'm a DC fan, and the latest Flash movie, I love the nostalgia. I don't know if anyone else saw the
Didn't
latest
watch it.
Flash movie.
No.
Yeah,
with
there were
all
a
the
lot of
Batman
parts I liked.
nostalgia. That
Yeah,
was
there was
good. You have to
nostalgia in it.
admit, like the
pretty
nostalgia was
good.
one of the best parts of it. Like that was cool.
Bro,
That
You know
was really
what-
cool.
What really would have took off for the Batman series after Heath Ledger died, when he played Joker, was Johnny Depp was supposed to come in and play the Riddler.
Oh,
I can
Now
see that.
that-
That'd be
that
cool.
would have been cool.
That would have been titties. No, listen to what I'm saying to you. That would have been like that would have probably fought for first place of who was like the Batman Joker movie. That would have been awesome. They were good, man. I mean, Batman's iconic, dude. You can't say it's just not. It was
Ass.
probably, I don't know if it was the first superhero show, or I know Stan Lee and Marvel came a little later. So I know DC is old. I think DC is older.
DC's way
Um,
better, yeah. 'Cause they
Yeah,
had
DC is
Golden Age.
older.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dude. No, bro.
They could put
Listen,
Amber Heard as Ivy.
They make dog
Oh,
shit
yeah,
movies.
bro.
DC
Oh, that'd be
makes the
sick.
worst.
That'd be
that
ridiculous.
would be Amber Heard as Poison Ivy. Oh my god.
They make the
what was her
worst
name?
movies. They have the
Who's
worst
the- who's-
TV shows. Have you seen The Punisher? Have you seen Daredevil?
I mean,
Daredevil
they
was
didn't
awesome.
do well.
I
Jones was
like
pretty
Daredevil.
good.
They didn't do well. They did not do well. Who's your
Have
favorite
you
Batman
seen-
hobbyist?
Have you seen some of these Marvel TV shows in the last?
Yeah, they've been
like,
pretty
2
bad,
years?
though.
Actually,
They've
movies
Yeah, there
or
was
the
a few
cartoons?
bad
god-awful
ones.
garble.
Like which one? Which one?
Like the She-Hulk and the whole
No, I ain't
feminist
watching that
movement with all
bullshit.
that.
No, I ain't.
That's
All that was.
Chang.
I don't get
that-
down with
yeah.
any of that. No.
What was the
didn't
what was
like
the
the new
Marvel
Batman.
one? The Chinese guy. That was pretty cool.
I didn't
What
watch
was
that,
that?
one.
No, what was that?
No, there was one. Yeah, something.
That was a
I gotta
good.
look
I
it up.
actually
I
like
didn't watch
that.
it, I
Now,
don't know.
There's been
Did
some
Did you
good
guys
good
watch
ones.
Moon Knight?
I
Moon
would-
Knight was good.
That
I'm waiting
came
for
out?
was
that
good.
one.
I would watch that.
Yeah, I'm waiting for season 2's not out yet, right?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that
Moon
was
Knight's
good.
cool,
that was
bro.
very like
Shang-Chi.
that was yeah. I thought that was good. I thought it was. It was a little. It was like a step removed from your traditional superhero movies. So that's why I think I
Yeah.
liked it.
Dude, I want you to think about the X-Men and the totality of the mutants.
I think the X-Men have been so over published to the point where it's like, okay, now I'm a moviegoer. I'm not a comic book reader. So for me, X-Men has been just beaten to a pulp, I feel like, over the last like 5 years. Like, how many movies can we make of the same stuff?
That's
with X-Men, I
well.
feel
That's
like?
I kind of agree with hobbyists a little bit. There's a problem with originality right now.
Yep.
A lot of people are just doing. Dude, there's a remake for. First of all, there's a lot of movies that people probably that have come out that people don't think are remakes. Like I Am Legend, that was a big remake from the '80s. Like there's a lot of these movies are remakes, and the problem with the DC and Marvel movies is like okay, right now they're redoing Blade. Blade was
Blade.
No,
baby,
no,
bring
no,
them
There's
listen to
back.
no reason to
No,
remake.
there's no
reason
reason to redo Blade. Nobody's gonna beat Wesley Snipes.
No,
It was great.
agreed.
The Blade
Agreed.
series was great. It's gonna flop so bad. The guy that they got playing it is a good actor. No
Blade is
pressure.
Cool, dude.
Blade, but the new who's gonna play Deacon Frost better than the guy who played Deacon Frost? Deacon Frost in the comics killed Blade's mother, The whole thing was legit. Like it was perfect, man. Like, why are we gonna remake stuff? Go make another movie doing something.
Because the kids don't know about the old Blade. They don't.
So put the Blade movie on.
No, they're not. They don't. Dude, even I don't watch movies from like the 90s.
Why?
It's so old. I'm not watching that bullshit. I wanted to
Man,
look at the
watch
future.
out, man. Blade was perfect,
what is the
bro.
future? That's what I care
Nah,
about. I want
man,
good
watch out.
graphics. Listen, X-Men.
The Blade graphics were amazing.
Think about
They're way ahead of its time.
Hear me out on
Yeah,
the
you have to
X-Men,
think
bro.
back how good that looked then. Yeah.
But yeah,
It was way ahead of its time, dude. When Blade Trinity came out and Jessica Biel and Ryan Reynolds were in it, and that movie was fantastic. When the guy from Prison Break played Dracula, like that was.
Listen, the X-Men.
You can't beat that,
is
man. That movie was
believable,
fantastic.
bro. Like, because like when you think about having a superpower, you're thinking about Superman, right? Everybody's gonna love me and shit. The mutants were so freaking cool because they were like the outcast. Everybody hated them. Even the ones that tried to help, they thought that they were like evil. Not to mention that Magneto came from World War II with the Nazis and shit, bro. And Magneto.
Okay,
like,
X-Men First Class. Yeah, it was good. No, the storyline was good.
The mutant storyline is so believable. They were in office, and like it shows you like how they would turn on them, and like they're.
I mean, you want to,
and they want to be human, and like they can't be human. Nobody accepts them. It's just so interesting.
DJ, the storyline for the vampires in Blade was completely believable as well.
But I'm just saying, it's so interesting. It's so cool.
Nah, man,
Their
Blade was the
superpowers
shit,
are
bro.
Awesome, bro. The X-Men are so cool.
Did you guys ever watch the Underworld? Robot just put it in the chat. This is a good question. Did you guys ever watch the Underworld series?
Underworld
It was completely
awesome.
underrated.
The movie was.
Oh yeah,
awesome.
I thought that was really good.
Loved
Completely underrated movies. I think they were all great. I think they were all great
it was
movies.
good.
Underrated. They weren't no comic bullshit. They were just, good movies that were put together. And that's what's missing from a lot of these shows. Everybody's doing remakes, man. Like, and they're changing shit up too. Like, it's annoying. Like, that's why these movies
see
flop.
that.
These movies flop big time. Like Fast and Furious. And someone mentioned it. Fast and Furious should have stopped when Paul Walker died. That's it, man. Hey, man, look, it's over.
That makes sense.
Let's
Yeah,
just
I
not milk
agree.
it. Let's not milk it anymore. It's done, and let's just leave it alone.
Just turned
man.
into
Like,
an action movie. It literally
Yeah,
turned
it's
into
not-
a modern day Rambo. Let's be honest.
yeah, it's Expendables 4. Hey, look, man, the first two were cool. Okay, 3 and 4, we get it. You bunch of old fucks from the 80s want to make movies again. Like, I'm cool with that. Like, we gotta stop. We gotta stop. I'm gonna hold up a sign like that one guy. What's that one guy with the glasses holds up the sign and says,
Yeah,
stop remaking old movies.
Yep.
Oh, it's terrible. Stop remaking old movies.
Who is the
Stop remaking
coolest-
Marvel movies.
What is the coolest hero that DC has? Everybody, go ahead. I'm gonna say none of them because they're all trash, but I want to hear.
The coolest one, the coolest and most popular one is Batman, dude. You're just not gonna beat Batman, bro. You're not gonna. No one's gonna beat Batman and Superman are tied for first place in just by default. Like some people would argue. I mean, some people would probably argue Superman is probably the most powerful.
I
but-
like the Green Lantern series. I'm gonna go with Green Lantern. Look at that! What is wrong with you? There's an
which
entire
Green Lantern though? Because the
storyline.
one with
So
Ryan
lame.
Reynolds was awful.
Well, you're talking movies. I'm just talking about the entire Green Lantern core and like the entire
okay. Sorry.
concept behind it. Yeah,
My bad,
I'm
my
not
bad.
saying
What do you got,
specifically
Mike?
The one with
about
Ryan
movies.
Reynolds was trash.
Man, I think the obvious answer is Superman or Batman, right? But if I'm going to go off the beaten path a little bit here, I kind of like the Black Adam story a little bit. Dr. Fate's another good one. Deathstroke. I'm going to go with Deathstroke.
Deathstroke's cool.
Okay.
Number one ultimate awesomeness would be.
DJ is so funny.
Ooh, maybe Wolverine, man. I don't know. It's hard. That's hard.
We're talking
What was
DC.
Yeah, you said DC.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Well, I don't like DC. They're all garbage. So
Oh,
I'm
so
competing
we got to
against-
pick DC,
well, I'm
but
sticking
you got
to DC. If you're gonna go Marvel, I'm gonna go with Marvel. I'm
because
gonna
I
take
can't
Thor.
think of anything cool DC.
I like
It's
Thor.
all garbage.
I like Thor. I like
Just watch
Thor.
the
Thor's
Equalizer
cool.
3 with Denzel
Thor's
Washington. DJ
pretty
Myers trying to
dope.
ping pong.
Just watch the Equalizer.
Denzel
Ryan
is still a
Ping
badass. What is he saying? Mike King,
The
what are
new
you
movie-
saying?
New movie came out.
I mean, yeah, the Equalizer. Yeah, look, the movies could be great, and Denzel Washington did good in the Equalizer, but I don't know, man. I like originality, man. I don't like all these remakes. Like one of my favorite movies with Denzel Washington was Man on Fire.
Yeah,
Like
Never seen
one of the best. What you never saw Man on
old
Man
is
Fire?
on
it?
Fire was good.
Is
Yeah.
it old?
How old is it?
I don't
It's
watch
not
any
like
old
5
movie.
years.
years old, if that
Not
tells you
last 5
anything.
How long?
Dude, it's not an old movie. What's old, bro? Twister was from the 90s and it's still good to this
Never would
day.
watch it. No. Watched it when I was young.
Why?
Never would watch it again. Nope.
Why?
Because I like technology. I like the future. I want to go. Which part of I need a robot to wipe my ass? Are you not understanding? Like I'm all about the
Oh
future.
my god. That doesn't make any damn
Yeah,
sense.
I don't reminisce about the good old days.
How about
Man, some of
Marvel
those good-
villains? What's y'all's pick?
Oh, so many good ones, man.
Marvel
God,
villains?
the best.
Well, first off, let me say this though. The guy who
Galactus?
played what was the what was the Iron Man 2? Who was the villain in Iron Man 2? The guy that was an
The guy with the
being
whips?
an actor.
Burgers are ass. I don't know. I hate Iron
No, he ended up being an actor. And it was like this. It was the
I forget
Mandarin,
storyline.
the Mandarin,
Mandarin
or
was
the
part 3.
was
Oh,
it 3?
yeah.
I'm sorry. So 3. The Mandarin. They butchered that whole fucking thing. That was awful. They really did. Now, Mickey Rourke, that played the. Oh God, I can't think. Mickey Rourke was probably one of the better villains in the Iron Man series, I think. But I mean, Thanos, man, Thanos won the hearts of like everybody,
Man,
bro.
this is cool.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Doctor
More and more I go on through life, I understand why he. Okay, more and more I
Why he
start to
what?
understand why he.
I don't know what that means. Oh, I snapped.
Okay,
Snap.
this
The
guy's
snap.
not a fan apparently.
Yeah.
All right,
The snap.
he did the snap. The snap
Yeah.
killed half of everybody.
I've always
in
been
the
a fan
movie,
of.
yeah.
I've always been a fan on the DC side of Dark Side. You know.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
My
someone's
bad.
got
I'm here.
one
I'm
there.
still here. It's just fucking cable.
I thought he
and
hit
battery.
something. Like I saw his hand in front of the camera. I was like, oh boy.
Civil War was so bad for me.
Was it? Was it really?
So bad for me. Now, was the movie bad? No. But I had read the comic, and then I read it right before I watched the movie, and it was like
Oh.
the most disappointing thing ever, dude.
Yeah, never.
Iron
do
Man
that.
wins.
God, it pissed me.
In the comic, he wins. He defeats Captain America.
Let me tell you. I'll give
in
you,
the comic.
I'll tell you in less than a minute, okay? In the comic, it was an actual civil war in Marvel. It was like every character, bro, side by side. In the movie,
It was like that.
No, it was like 5v5.
It was like 5v5.
I was pissed,
5v5 at a freaking airport,
I
and it
was
lasted
pissed.
all of about 5 minutes.
Yeah, and then so how it started in the comic of why the Civil War started was the death of a child, and they didn't want to show that in the movie. So I'm trying to remember how they did it in the movie. They did some corny PC
Yeah,
shit.
it was.
It was some
Yeah, it was
political
like-
correct crap.
Tony's fighting with Captain America.
Oh, yeah,
no.
that's what it was. That was like, where is the dead child? Where is the kid that gets killed?
Where's the contention?
Like,
Where's
yes,
the blood?
oh,
Where's the?
I was so
Yeah.
mad, bro. I was so mad.
Yep.
All right,
Yep.
final
I hear
thoughts,
you.
guys. I got to wrap it up. Love you guys. Thank you for being
No.
here.
No, liar.
What do you got?
I
for
got
me?
nothing else. I got nothing else to
Hobby
say.
got nothing. Huck.
Dogecoin to the moon. That's my
Coach,
final
let's
thoughts.
go.
Let's
Oh
go.
man,
Hell yeah.
we need original movie. We need to bring back original movies, man.
Last thoughts.
We gotta
bring
bring
back
back
the
At
original
least
movies.
give
Alright.
it like 3 decades between remakes.
At least give me at least 10. Like it's getting so. The Star Wars even remakes were terrible. The fucking some of them were awful. Like Solo was so bad, bro. Like midway
seen
through
it.
the movie, I turned it off. I'm like, this is just dog shit.
Hey, last percentages. Highest percentage right now. What do you got on your packages?
Still 77. Got Scamazon. Got like 2 minutes left.
I got 77 on the one, 78 on the other, 69 and 62.
Yeah, I got fucking.
Paul,
What'd you
got
guys think of the
anything?
Godzilla movies?
The newest one was good.
Which one
King
was that
Kong versus Godzilla.
Kong
one?
versus,
Oh, was that the
yeah.
one with like the metal Godzilla? Like
In
the
the-
crazy
in the
metal-
sea?
Mecha Godzilla.
Oh, all right, whatever.
good. That shit was
Hey, 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 hey.
badass, dude.
Yeah, that
I'm
was
like,
good.
All of them, but I didn't really enjoy Bobby Brown or whatever the hell that girl's name is. I like her in Stranger Things, but she just didn't fit in that movie, in my opinion.
Was that the one where like
The daughter,
Kong goes
right?
to like the
Yeah.
underworld, like
Yeah.
the other, like the world underground?
He goes
type
to
of
the
deal?
center. Yeah, the
center of the earth type of deal.
the center of the earth thing. Yeah, it was
Okay.
good. It was good. It was
Little
good.
far-fetched, but it
Transformers
was good.
movies have lost me
Ass.
completely.
Ass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hmm.
The new one, I turned it off. I tried it. The new
Oh, I
Transformers
watched
movies were
it.
trash.
It was a good. I watched it, threw it off to the side as something else to watch while I'm working.
I heard it was
But it
good.
wasn't
I heard
like-
the new one was good, but the ones between
Yeah.
that have been dog. I haven't seen the new one
Mhm.
though, but dude, no, the
It's
Godzilla
just like they-
versus Kong was so good because there was almost no talking past like 10 minutes, and it was just action.
battle.
It was just so
Battle, yeah.
good.
The
bro.
the best one that they released so far. I like the Kong one. I thought the fight between Mecha Godzilla, Kong, and they really downplayed Godzilla though. They made him look like a little bit like too weak in the movie, in my opinion. They should have made him a little stronger. But the best one was King of the Monsters when he defeated Ghidorah. That was the best.
Never saw.
Yeah.
it.
Oh, that was the previous one, right?
That was the one prior, right? When he
Yeah,
became
yeah.
king. And
Yeah.
that was the best. Like the guys, there were great actors in it. The dude from Game of Thrones was in it. Like
Oh,
he was
yeah.
like yeah, bro. That was, if you haven't seen that one, DJ, go watch Godzilla King of the Monsters. It was a
How old is it?
fantastic. God, DJ.
Last 5 years.
A few
Last
years.
5 years.
Five
it's part of
years
the
is,
new
like,
series.
Pushing it for me.
Oh my God, you're such a
Yeah.
clown.
The only time I'll ever go back to watch like an old ass
5 years.
movie, we're talking like over 5 years.
Did you watch Bad Boys 2?
No,
Oh, so good.
No,
I hope they come out with
What?
another
I'm not
one.
watching
I
that.
love that. I
No, the
love
Bad
that
Boys 3
series.
was Bad Boys 3 story was awful. They ruined that movie for me. Bad Boys 1 was the reason why I became a cop. 2 was like really shoved it in my face, and then 3 was awful. There was 2 movies that were going to drive my career paths, and that was Top Gun and Bad Boys.
Top
and I didn't
Gun,
know
there you
which
go.
one. I could have went either
You know
way. I
what?
could
The
have been a
second
fighter
Top
pilot.
Gun was awesome. I was so concerned about the latest Top Gun with Maverick.
Yeah, it was good.
Because, like, man, you have such a level that you need to meet to get even anywhere near the original Top Gun. And then the latest Maverick, that was awesome. That was so
Yeah. So, okay, DJ, you said you like technology, right? This is an old movie. It's up in the 20s, okay? The Matrix.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Okay. Would you
Excellent.
watch
But he
The
probably
Matrix
watched
right
it
now?
20 years ago.
Hold on.
Yes, I was actually gonna say that. Yes.
Bullshit.
I watched it. I rewatched it, all of them, a couple years ago. 1, incredible. 2 was 3 was like, it's kind of shit. But
No,
I
I think the
love it,
best
though.
Matrix movie was the third one. The third one, they came back. They reeled it back in on the third one. Yeah, bro.
The
They reeled
graphics
it
are
back
so
in. They finished the
dated,
story.
It's like corny. But no, the stories are
Resurrection
good,
was... So there's a few movies that came back that were good just for pure nostalgic purposes, and that was the second Coming to America, okay? Was just purely good for nostalgic. It really was. And the Resurrection, the Matrix Resurrection, I think was a terrible storyline. I didn't like it, but I liked the nostalgic piece of it. And it was I purely watched it just for that. I don't know.
I was
If you
gonna
guys want to
say-
watch a good show, watch Game of Thrones.
I was gonna say yes, very good. I was gonna say my only exception to watching old movies is like super epic stuff. Like I can do Star Wars, no problem. I can do Star Wars. I can do like Lord of the Rings. It has to be like epic fiction kind of stuff.
Never got into Lord of the Rings.
Terminator, bro. You gotta watch. Oh, bro, you should watch Lord of the Rings. What's that one with the?
Order Fat Kid Food
The
for an
the
entire
second
weekend and just watch the entire extended cut series for like a weekend. Just eat Fat Kid Food and drink beer and just watch it from start to finish, extended all of it, and then you'll come out the other side a new man.
The first Lord of the Rings was okay. The second one, dude, insane. The war.
They just build on each other so much.
So
like,
good.
I kind of like the
I-
Hobbits more than the Lord of the Rings.
Never saw the Hobbit.
Really?
Never saw the
The
Hobbit.
Hobbits
Those were
were
after,
Hobbits are
right?
a little slow. Like it's like
There's
Yeah, I
too
mean,
much homoerotic stuff in Lord of the Rings for me. It's just, I don't know.
The orcs versus the
I never
humans,
saw
the
it. I
fucking
can't
elves,
comment.
and they're like saving onto the
you know
castle.
what?
That
But
shit
let's
was-
see, watching all of that, and then what's the latest Lord of the Rings TV show series? It's like the complete badass. What is that one new one that just came out? There's one season in. What is it called?
I've never
I-
even knew they
I-
had a show.
Damn,
don't
are you
know.
kidding me?
I
Chat,
never
help me
followed
out
any of
here.
it. I
What
should
is the
watch the Lord of the Rings. I
amazing
just haven't.
Lord of the Rings series that came out like in the last like few months, and the season was just awesome. I forget what it's called. Like what is it called? But for any Lord of the Rings fans, it is like huge. Like what is that called? It's
This
on,
is probably
like,
not gonna be
Amazon
popular.
Prime or what is it on?
This probably won't be popular, but I was a huge Harry Potter fan.
Okay.
Yeah,
I really was.
a little
I
too
was-
old.
I
I
was-
was a little too old.
I watched it with my daughter.
What are you talking about? A little
like,
too old.
I was a little too old when it came out. Like for me,
We're the same age.
I'm a couple years older than you. I'm 34.
No, you're
now.
not.
Yeah, I just
No,
hit
you're not.
34.
you're
Yeah,
not.
on
I'm
my birthday,
33.
like 3 days ago, 4 days ago.
I got a
33.
couple of movies for you guys that y'all probably have not seen and you might enjoy.
Shoot, bro.
One is super low.
Ring of
budget.
Power. Ring of Power. Oh my god, it's so good.
So
So good.
one is a super low budget movie, and it's called Primer. Okay,
No, never
it's
saw it.
about like 3 or 4 dudes that are
Slimer?
all kind of like, they're all hustlers. They're doing like side hustles together, and they have an idea to build a time machine. And I'll leave it at that.
Sounds like something
That
DJ
sounds
would come
cool.
up with.
I like
Make
that
some
kind
money.
of stuff, bro. I
Build a
love
time.
futuristic stuff. All about the future. Love it.
Never saw that.
I
All
would
right,
check
the
something
other
like that.
one you might have seen. This one's pretty recent. It's called Predestination.
I've seen
heard
it,
that.
yeah.
Let me see.
No, never saw that one either.
Yo, King wants to know how all this is helping DJ get rich.
King's just trying to be funny, guys. Just let him do it. He's just trying to be funny.
It's not wrong.
He's not wrong. DJ's like,
You guys are fucking up my does this make me money path. No, it's fine. It's good. I haven't
That's
hung
his
out in a while,
checklist.
so it's good.
DJ
So
needs
if you
a
really
little
want to
hype.
look into it,
So hang on, a quick question. I know it's getting late, but quick question for you, DJ. So, is South Korea still in the path, or has that changed
Nope.
for you?
it's gone.
They
I
took
told
it away
you.
from me.
They took it away. Were you actually looking forward to it?
Not really.
Because I know you had sold some properties and stuff too, so like you were
That
already
sucks, man.
set
Yeah.
in motion.
Yeah, I sold the first 3 acres that I bought.
Did you sell that one you were telling me about when we were in, was it South Dakota or whatever? Yeah,
Yeah.
when we were at the airport with issues with the property line and the guy went.
Yeah,
into
that
stuff.
cocksucker. So let me tell you.
It finally goes
this dude-
through.
Wow,
This dude's
language.
This
Oh,
dude's
DJ
ridiculous.
was so DJ was at the airport like getting fired up about
This
this.
dude's ridiculous. I can't say the R word, but say whatever because it's 2023, bro. This guy's fucking dumb. All right, so this guy's stupid. There's 12 acres total. I own on that property like 3 of it, and it's all cut into 4s, like pretty much evenly, right? And there is big, tall wooden stakes all the way down in 2 straight lines. And I meet that guy out there. He's making all these complaints. He's like, yeah, I want to take it, blah, blah. My realtor's like, oh, he requested that you cut the grass because he can't see the property lines. I'm like, okay, fair enough, because the grass is like 5 foot tall. I pay somebody with the bushwhacker $300 to cut it all down. And you can see these 5 foot tall wooden stakes. I meet him out there in person because he's still complaining and might back out. A lot of people are backing out these days, right? I go out there. I said, bro, it's right there. You see all those wooden stakes? He's like, yeah, but I can't tell what angle it like turns because it's really important with the well. I was like,
fucking hate
there is
people.
wooden stakes, dude. You can see 1, 2, 3. You can see where my property ends, dude. There's literally, but I can't tell. I was like, so I give him the survey, and I was like, dude, look. And he brings out his little wheeler to like measure it. We measure it together, 300 foot. They're all like 300 feet wide and shit. And he's like, yeah, but I just can't tell the direction it's turning. Is it going like this or is it going like this? I said, dude,
I'm
you
getting
can
aggravated
see
by listening
it's
to
going like this. It's a fucking straight line. You can literally see all the wooden stakes going in a straight line. Well, I like walk down the straight line with him. Like, are you blind? Like, it's literally like this, dude. He's like, I just can't tell. So then about a week goes by. He's requesting you get another cut. And so I said, I'm not cutting that shit again. I end up cutting it because I just want the money because I want to buy a Bitcoin with it. So I go out there I go to Home Depot. I buy 2 bright ass cans of orange spray paint. I can do the whole parameter,
People-
bro. I walk the full 3
people are-
acres and spray it. And then I bought 5 of yellow, bright yellow one, put it right next to the wood. He comes out.
Little flag there. Looks like a golf course.
Yeah, full on. He goes out. He goes, oh, I can see it now. You're right. It is pretty straight. You fucking dumb. Like yeah, that's how that works.
People, I'm telling you, man. People have too much time on their hands, man.
Give me
People have too much time on their hands. If we all had to, like, go out and hunt for food and actually build things with our
You'd all
hands,
die. You'd all die.
nobody, yeah, right. Nobody would be depressed. Okay, nobody would be fighting over property lines. Nobody would care. Like,
I forgot who
people would just
said it,
stop being miserable.
But being
Wouldn't have
depressed
time.
is a luxury because, like,
I did
and
see this. There was a guy
yeah.
that was on stage that talked about this because he actually, it was a guy. He was dressed kind of like a monk, and he was talking about being depressed is a new world problem. He talked about this. This is what I'm kind of leading into. He says if you look at like different eras, like World War I or even prior to that, right? You don't hear a lot about depression in history like that because people didn't have fucking time,
Yeah, you have time
to
for
be
that shit.
depressed.
Yeah.
We didn't have time to do that. People were too busy fighting wars and trying to survive and growing farms and having kids. And
Hunting.
you know, today it's too much. It's too much bullshit. Today there's too many people that sit around on their fat asses doing nothing at home, and they're on their phones exactly, and they, you know, being keyboard warriors and criticizing everybody else because their fucking life is so perfect and all this other shit. Like, that's why this is the internet. Like the internet is awful. It's just gotten people to fucking do nothing. It's society just, and you talking about robots. You think robots are going to help? Human beings psychologically are going to plummet.
You think it's bad now? Just wait.
Yeah, you think it's bad now?
wait.
Like, just wait until you ain't got shit to do.
You ever seen
Idle
Carbon
hands are the
Fiber-
devil's playground.
What is it? Carbon. It's on Netflix. Carbon. They live forever.
Oh,
They live forever
What's that
because-
show where they take the chip out your consciousness and
your
put it in another
consciousness is
person,
like
yeah.
in your neck, and then you just put
Yeah.
it into, you implant it into a new
Yeah.
body, and then so
I
you
don't
can
think
be
that works
any,
like that.
any age you ever wanted to be, any height.
I don't
any
think it
eye
works like
color.
that.
I don't think it works like
Well,
that, man.
it's way in the future. It's like 500 years in the future.
You'll
or some
probably
shit.
be able to like
altered carbon. So good.
You'll probably be able to mimic someone's, you know, signals in their brain and maybe get a little bit about them. You talk about something like Transcendence, like with Johnny Depp, that movie with Johnny Depp. If you haven't seen it, that's a good movie you should watch if you haven't seen it.
I'd
The
check it
book
out.
was much better.
Too old for DJ. Too old.
It's not too
I
old.
don't like old.
It's not old.
That's not. No, that's totally relevant, man. It's worth.
It's
the watch.
totally relevant to what you're
what year are
talking.
we
You
talking
like
about?
AI? It's
love
all
AI.
about artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
All right. Last question. I keep saying this.
We said last question 20 minutes ago.
What was the last movie you saw in theaters?
Oh, dude, I haven't been to a movie theater in so
Mario,
fucking long.
because my kids, that shit cost
Super Mario?
$120, bro.
But it
I
was
don't
so
remember the
worth
last
it.
time I went to a
So
movie.
worth it.
No, it was awful. I fell asleep on purpose.
What the
was-
fuck? You must not be. Oh, we
don't
went and
like-
saw it in
I hate-
IMAX. It was awesome.
I hate kid movies, bro.
Oh,
I hate
I love
man.
kid movies,
I don't
man.
You
like
must have not have grown. You
cartoons.
must have not have grown up in the late '80s and early '90s, because there's no way you did. And you're saying, oh, I don't like Super Mario. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
when I was a
outta
child,
here.
I liked that stuff.
Yeah,
but
well,
I'm-
guess
I'm
what?
30,
You're
grown
a
man
man
now.
child now.
Bro,
know,
bro,
but-
hold on.
Yeah.
Time out.
I can't watch
I am
that
33
bullshit.
years old, okay? And I still watch cartoons.
I can't watch that
Because-
bullshit, man.
Man, watch out, man. You crazy.
I can watch some anime because it's
Hell
adult.
no, anime.
That's a
that-
cartoon.
Yeah, but it's
That's a
That
adult.
fucking
cartoon.
Sailor Moon bullshit.
I
I'm
can't-
telling you, listen. I'm telling you, Cat Dog, SpongeBob. Let me
I
tell you
watch that
something. The
bullshit.
Lion King, the Lion King was real, man. That movie was legit. Okay? The Lion King, Toy Story. Man, I watch cartoons.
Yeah,
When my son came home
good.
from the hospital, he didn't know which way was left or right. Obviously, he's an infant. I put on cartoons.
Yeah, for children. That's what I'm saying. When
Nah,
I'm around
bro.
my child, I fall asleep.
Nah,
All
bro.
right, last movie, Super Mario. What else you got?
Go ahead, guys.
Great.
Sonic was before that, and it was fucking. Ugh.
Sonic
Yeah.
was all right.
Sonic.
I have a theater at my store, so I haven't been to a theater in a really long time, other than that one.
Now, give me Brendan Stippy back, man. That's what I used to watch.
Hawk. Last movie you saw in theaters.
Dude, I don't even remember.
I think mine was.
I don't even remember.
Black Adam, I think.
I wish I would have watched that. I should have seen
That
that.
was good.
I think the last
every
movie
movie
I
I
saw-
see. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, no. I think the last movie I saw in theaters was the. Oh my God! It probably was the Star Force Awakens. Was probably the last one I saw. I don't go to
okay.
the movies, man. I don't like. I mean, I just haven't had a reason to go. I just don't.
See, if there's a movie I really want to see, I will be like, all right, it'd be like a weeknight type of deal. And I'm like, all right, cool.
cool.
Kids are in bed. It's like 9 o'clock. And I'm like, all right, tell the wife, like, I'll tell her early in the day, be like, hey, I'm going to this movie by myself. It's the best way to see movies in IMAX. I'll go get some fat kid food. There's like 2 people in the whole movie theater.
That's
See
what
it in
I like, bro.
IMAX, and it's
I sit right in the
perfect.
middle.
Damn, by yourself,
what?
my wife will never let me do that.
I love.
100%.
Why?
Oh, she
'Cause my-
guilt trips me.
The nice
Oh,
thing
you
is like
love your
I
kids,
always
huh?
go. I always
I
go
love
after
going
the
places
kids.
by
I always
myself.
go after the kids are in bed. My wife's probably going to bed sometime soon after that. I'm like, no problem. Like it's late.
out.
I'm gonna go.
Peace.
Go do
Yup.
my own thing. You know what I
I'm
mean?
with you.
Like, and it's great.
I
Even if people are
100%.
like, oh, I'll come with you. I'm like, no,
Do it-
I want to go. by myself.
Everybody should do things alone every now and then. It's
it's
good
good
for
for
your
you.
mental health, bro.
Mhm.
At the house, I'm allowed to. but I can't do
hell no.
I can't. It's a guilt trip.
My fiance don't
Guilt
give me
trip.
rules. I don't have rules.
Yeah, I usually
have
don't.
lives.
But when it comes to stuff like that, you know what my wife does? She goes,
That's
"Oh,
for
you're
good.
not taking the kid, Troy." And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Your daddy don't want to take you to see the new Star Wars."
Damn.
Yeah.
that's
and
fucked
then
up.
they'll start crying and screaming and you don't. And I'm like,
She
"Nice."
coming after you with a wooden spoon too?
No.
I
My wife's also Korean, from Korea.
Yeah, I know.
So
different
everything
culture.
is
I get it.
family. Oh, why don't? She's confused. Like, why don't you want to hang out with?
It's
your
culture.
kids?
It's culture. No,
Yeah,
it's culture. It's
100%.
culture. It's culture.
Yo, by
100%.
the way, what's the deal with the NiceHash? I didn't hit anything.
I didn't hit
4
shit.
packages, nothing.
$12 down the drain.
Well, you're 1 in
78%.
55,000.
I
So
know, that's right.
I mean,
well, you
That
know
was,
what?
yeah.
Don't hold your breath.
Every number counts, okay? I'm not just a number hawk, all right?
I lost
I
money
just
on tonight's
remembered.
stream.
I just remembered the last movie I saw in a theater. It
What
was
was
the latest Batman, and I thought I would hate it. I only went to go see it because my daughter wanted to go see it, and I actually liked it.
Yeah.
I can't compete with Roblox, bro.
Monuments Men, Big
Roblox.
Jack in the chat. Monuments Men was a fantastic movie.
Never
You guys
seen
ever see Monuments Men?
it. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, dude, World
Oh,
War
yeah,
II, George Clooney. Oh my God, who was the other guy? John Goodman. When the Nazis were destroying all kinds of art and stuff, they were tasked by the U.S. Army to go out there and get back all the stolen art. It was awesome
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
What's it called?
Monuments Men was awesome.
Every time I think of George Clooney in a war scenario, all I can think of is the men that stare at goats.
Man, that was
I
a
have not
stupid
seen
movie,
that.
bro.
It was
not
the
seen
worst,
that.
dude.
It was such a stupid. It was stupid funny.
I hate.
By the way, best movie ever made was Dumb and Dumber, and I will argue this
Oh,
to anybody.
Whoa, Dumb and Dumber was better.
No,
No.
hell no,
It was
No,
so much
the
better.
original.
Hell
It
no.
was so
The
much better,
original.
bro. It was so
no,
much better.
hell
Way
no.
better.
Original
I think
OG.
we've talked about movies for an hour, by the way. I just want to put it out there.
And
The
you guys
original
still
was
didn't mention
OG.
Oh, the
I'm
second one was
sorry.
way better, bro.
The new movie. You know what, DJ? You know what movie you might like in Fully Electric? I know which movie he's talking about. It's called Moonfall, and it's got AI in the movie. It actually
AI?
destroyed.
We do
Yeah,
like AI?
Moonfall. Moonfall was good. Moonfall
I
was
don't
a
think
great
I've
movie.
seen it, but I've heard of it before.
It was Halle
Yeah,
Berry.
definitely
I
heard
love
of it.
Halle Berry. Was great.
Oh, I did see that one. Yeah, where it's like coming down close to Earth or whatever.
The moon is it's
Yeah.
not a rock. It's like it's a ship.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's watch Moonfall.
I
It's
saw that more
they did well
recently.
with
That was
it.
pretty good.
They did well with Moonfall. I'll be honest with you, it wasn't tacky. Halle Berry
I
did
think you think
amazing.
it's pretty cool, DJ. You should check that one out.
Moonfall's good. You'll like
That's
Moonfall. It's
new.
recent. It came out like
Yeah.
last year.
I'll tell you what I
Yeah.
hate though. I hate girly movies. I hate cartoons and I hate comedy. 99%
comedy?
99% of comedy movies. I
Who
hate.
hates a
So are you
comedy?
more?
Who
So
hates
are
a
you
comic
more
movie?
like sci-fi
I
fantasy? then?
love sci-fi,
Okay.
outer space, end of
Hallmark
the
movies.
world. Yeah,
Hallmark. That's
world.
right.
No, oh,
We
like
got Hallmark
that's
season
one-
coming up here.
Did you guys ever watch Ex Machina? That's one movie I
that
didn't
was
see.
awesome.
That was
Yeah, that was a
cool.
good
That
one.
was
That was cool.
I like that kind of
Yeah.
stuff, bro.
I
Anything
never
that
saw
makes
Ex
me
Machina.
Think like something out of the box. I like that kind of stuff, bro. Fantasy.
That was
you
different.
guys
Are you
see-
eager
what was
for?
the
Are they
one
doing
with,
another one?
Scarlett Johansson.
Oh yeah.
Lucy.
Oh my god. Oh,
Lucy
Except for
was really
Star Trek, they're trash.
Oh, Lucy. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Star Trek is trash.
The
Somebody
new
said
Star Treks? The new Star Treks?
No, I just don't like Star Trek in general. It's
The
garbage.
new Star Treks were great.
I
Yeah,
don't,
I
I don't
thought
like.
they were good.
I hate Star Trek in general. It's lame.
Nah, bro, you tripping.
Star Wars for life.
Tripping.
Except for the
tripping.
new ones are
Interstellar.
ass.
And you ever watch Interstellar?
Yeah, I loved it.
Interstellar's a great movie.
Good.
Yes, I agree.
Are we
I watched it
setting
100
some
times.
type of like record right now? We've been going 4 hours.
All right. Yeah.
No, I think I have the record. I think I did easy mining for like 7 hours once.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Wow.
That was stupid.
I was easy mining for like
That was
7.
stupid.
Okay,
Like
I'm
7
gonna
or 8
end it on
hours.
this. Unless you
All
have a
right.
final thing.
Nope, nothing.
Star Wars, I have not liked anymore. The reason I stopped liking Star Wars, at least the movies, I can't speak on the show, maybe the show's good, is because there's no lightsabers anymore. And there is every now and then, but it's like one girl with a lightsaber.
You
Like,
realize it's
just-
the storyline, right?
I
It's the
hate
entire
it. I hate
storyline.
it. Like I've always loved Star Wars for
The Skywalker
lightsabers.
saga is over. It's moving into the
I
next
know.
one.
Now I don't like it anymore. That's what I liked was the lightsabers. But now
But
it's,
see, like the
yeah.
So go
value
watch
is,
the old
is
ones.
like the nice thing is as the storyline continues, you're seeing that resurgence or that uniqueness that's occurring.
Bro.
Where like they
She
pop
got her
up
free
here
powers
and there.
though. She just like walked over to the lightsaber and was like a
Who?
god. What's her name?
Well, that's how all the Jedis are born. They're born with their powers.
Luke had to fucking hang out with Yoda in a swamp and raise the X-wing and earn it, and he had to fucking
He had
train.
Luke.
This chick
Luke was
like,
born.
Oh, is that a lightsaber? Just picked it up.
Luke
and
was
like,
born. You
Talk
never
about
heard.
Ren.
Okay, hold
Ren.
on, bro. Hold on. You're gonna start this Star Wars debate. Number one, Rosario Dawson is killing it in
Who is that?
Ahsoka. Number one.
Who is that?
Okay?
I haven't seen it yet. Don't say it. I haven't seen
I ain't
that
gonna say
series
nothing.
yet.
She killed it in Ashoka. All right, but anyway, how can you say that? Because before they even start training, that Jedi Masters would know. They would even guess how. You don't even know what midichlorians are, do you?
What's that?
Exactly. You're not a Star Wars fan, bro. Get off this channel.
Talk
End
about
this
movies.
goddamn
Is
thing.
this a movie?
It's no midichlorians
No,
are how
it's-
they determine how powerful a Jedi is with the Force. You don't know shit.
All
bro.
right.
Watch
Now
out.
here. Okay. Listen. So okay. So
Amplifier
so,
Gaming. Look at these nerds right
So
now.
look, it is believable to say, you know, I sense that you're going to be great. That's fine. I'm cool with that. If they sense that Ren was good, but she just
They
picks,
can feel the
picks that up. She's like,
force.
oh shit, my uncle used to be a fucking Luke. Came out there and just slice and dice
No, that's
dudes.
not
Like,
what happened.
that is what happened, bro. I just saved
No,
everybody
it's
in the
not.
audience
She
3 hours
is-
of a dog shit movie.
She's Palpatine's granddaughter.
But she didn't.
It's
fucking
in her
train.
bloodline.
Yeah, she didn't.
But
train.
they're born with it. They're born with the Force.
So
and then whether they
DJ
train to
like-
use it or not.
DJ likes the original avenue that the original movies went.
But that's
We're
the
putting a
original
lot-
avenue.
So the hard part. Okay, so here's the hard part. They needed to do that in the original movies in order to build the storyline, so we as the audience understood it. Now they don't need to do that because of the fact that like we already understand where all of this is coming from. So I think that's kind of where you're
But
getting
it's
at a little bit.
original though. It's original. Luke didn't. Nobody knew in the first Star Wars. Luke didn't realize he had the powers yet. They knew that it's passed on from generation to generation.
Well, yeah,
Go
but Ren
listen
didn't
to
know she had
Qui-Gon
powers
Jinn and
either.
Obi-Wan
Yeah, but
Kenobi
it was
and when
terrible.
Anakin was a kid.
It took
When
time.
they go look at the Star Wars movies go backwards, right? So go watch the one Phantom Menace. When they were talking about Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan Kenobi, were talking about how it passes through the generations. Like,
Yeah.
go read about all that stuff. And then see with Star Wars you have to watch though, because Star Wars is not just the live action films, okay? Star Wars also, the story gets mixed into like the clone series, into the cartoons.
Those were okay.
Yeah,
all
it's a
gets
lot.
kinda
There's
mixed.
a lot to keep up
They
with.
had
Like,
lightsabers. It was cool.
It's gotten a lot recently. Like you got your movies, you got your old movies, your new movies. Now you have your TV show series. Then you have Clone Wars that you have to catch up with
Clone
in
Wars is
there
cool.
as well. And
I've seen all those.
of
Clone Wars is great.
There's tons of those. How many
There's a lot of
seasons is that?
answers. There's a lot of answers to questions in Clone Wars when Order 66 was put out, right before Order 66 was put out. So like you have to watch all these things to really understand it. If you were really a Star Wars fan and you really watch these things, and you would know that it doesn't matter. Here's the Force and I just developed this. It's not that. They're born with it. Luke was living with Anakin's stepbrother. Okay, that was his uncle. Okay, and he had it. It was in his family. Okay, because his father's Anakin Skywalker. And then if you look, and then the movie in Phantom Menace also says they hint that Anakin never had a father. He was born from the Force. Because if you look at his mother said, Qui-Gon Jinn asked his mother, where is he from? Like, where's his dad? And she goes, there was no father. I was just pregnant. So, and that's because they explained,
Somebody's lying.
right. Well, but that's what the storyline was,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
that's
yeah.
how they explained the midichlorians and what they were. And Anakin had higher midichlorians than Master Yoda. And up to that point, there was no powerful Jedi besides Master Yoda. So,
Ren is a dog shit character. It's woke as fuck. Fuck Ren.
DJ. Okay. All right. Are we
All right,
done?
Good night.
Or I'm
Good
gonna
night.
log
Good night,
off
for real.
here.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Good
It's been
night.
fun,
Fuck
gentlemen.
Ren. Goodbye, everybody.
I'm
It was nice
out.
chatting with y'all. Thank you for the Iowa for becoming a member. Peace out, everybody.
doing a Star Wars trilogy live stream in about 15 minutes. So I'll see you guys.